everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. Do appreciate it. Have a good holidays coming up, a safe one for sure. Hope you get fat like me with a mustache, especially with women. All right, we're going to start the 30-second countdown and we're going to start this. Get ready, everybody. Hope you enjoy this. You know me, I don't sugarcoat anything. Welcome back to Rights for Vets again. Do appreciate it. I've seen the times and the signs of what's been going on in America. Being the age that I am, born in the 50s as a baby boomer, I've noticed a lot of things have changed to the worse. And again, I'm not out here for money. I'm not out here for you guys to subscribe or thumbs up. I could care less about it. It means nothing to me. My main goal is to get listeners and to tell people as much as I can, positively. We're heading for a big problem in 2023 and 2024. And it might go beyond that. I'm not sure. But I have seen the signs, like I said. And one of the signs I've seen as a child was Detroit, Michigan. Now, Detroit, Michigan was a fantastic place. It really was. Clean. Everybody went down to get their vegetables in a farmer's market area, or they went to work, or they just went shopping just to get out and have a good time. And it was clean. It was not dirty, no fights, no arguments. Everybody's polite, everything. But the times have changed quite a bit. During my course of time, I've noticed Detroit how it changed. And I've noticed the greed, they didn't care. Our leaders, they just put it in their pockets, and that was it. However, they did make Detroit, the inner city, beautiful looking. But still, there's a lot of crime down there, a lot. But they only focus on Detroit inner city so they can make more money for themselves and not giving it to the people of Detroit. A lot of people in Detroit have moved out. There's almost 2 million people used to live in Detroit. Now there's close to 39,000 people that live in there now. They're scattering like ants because Detroit is not safe, and Detroit they don't care about. When you hear the word Detroit, don't even come down here. It ain't worth it. Detroit isn't that beautiful. Now the upper portion of Michigan is gorgeous, but Detroit itself, there's nothing here unless you like the highlights, which I don't. There's just not much here in Detroit at all. Plus, it's a money pit. Detroit is. Anywhere you try to park, you got to either find a parking meter or you have to go to a parking lot, and you pay money. And that's all it is. It's a money pit, just like any other city. It should be free to park. But these guys, they want more money, more money. Now, it's amazing how these politicians make between 150,000 to 220,000 and they become out millionaires. I'd like to find out how they're doing that, really. Kind of suspicious, isn't it? All right, without me talking, I'll talk at the end. Let's start this. And, well, somebody's here. Let's see who it is. Oh, Graham, Transparency. How you doing, guy? You're going to find out about Detroit. Get ready. Now, during the course of this Detroit, you're going to hear a audio of what's going on in America. At the same time, you can see the visual of the pictures I've sent on my StreamYard here of Detroit. Now, these are actual pictures. This is 2022. This is how bad Detroit got. And this is how bad our leaders care about us. So here we go. Without further ado, I'm going to put this thing on mute. I'm going to
Right here. All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. Today, we're going to provide you with something that you all aren't used to with respect to congressional investigations, and that's evidence. Committee Republicans have spoken with multiple whistleblowers from numerous schemes involving the Biden family, reviewed Hunter Biden's laptop, and received documents of previously unknown transactions. What we found are business plans aimed at targets around the world based on influence peddling, including with people closely tied to foreign governments like China and Russia. We also found plans based in the United States where the Biden family swindled investors of hundreds of thousands of dollars, all with Joe Biden's participation and knowledge. In 2019, shortly after announcing his campaign for president, Joe Biden told the American people he had nothing to do with and never had conversations with his family about their business dealings. That was a lie. Whistleblowers described President Biden as chairman of the board for these businesses. He personally participated in meetings and phone calls. Documents show that he was a partner with access to an office. To be clear, Joe Biden is the big guy. This evidence raises troubling questions about whether President Biden is a national security risk and about whether he is compromised by foreign governments. Despite the president's claim that he wasn't involved in Biden family business schemes, these photos show Joe Biden meeting with his family associates while vice president. Right there behind Paul. 4 different pictures. Committee Republicans have identified over 50 countries the Biden family sought businesses in. On the international side of the Biden family business, the deals were often led by Hunter Biden. And that map there behind Clay shows all the countries where the Bidens had a footprint in international business dealings. The investigation reveals a family that engaged with some of America's most powerful adversaries, planning to sell one of the largest sources of cobalt for electric vehicles in the world to the Chinese, for example. The Bidens flourished and became millionaires by simply offering access to the family. Among the dozens of shell companies the Bidens set up, there were millions of dollars of wire transfers, flights on Air Force Two to conduct personal business, and meetings with heads of state, all while Joe Biden was aware of what was happening. All the while, he turned a blind eye. Many transactions related to these businesses have raised red flags at U.S. banks. A suspicious activity report, or SAR, is a document a bank must file with the Treasury Department when a transaction is suspected to be related to money laundering or fraud or other types of criminal activity. According to media reports, the Biden family accumulated over 150 SARs. One SAR generated by an American bank to the Treasury Department connects Hunter Biden and his business associates to international human trafficking, among other illegal activities. The money that was being made from foreign principals in the same room as Joe Biden was increasingly spent on furthering illegal activity. The SARs show that Hunter Biden was conducting business with suspected human traffickers. The money gained through influence peddling was funneled to a suspected criminal enterprise, again, one linked to human trafficking. We have repeatedly called on the Biden Treasury Department to release additional financial documents to committee Republicans, but thus far Treasury has refused. We want to know what the Biden administration is trying to hide from the American people and why they are not being transparent. We also found evidence Hunter Biden sought to evade these SARs using his financial advisor, coincidentally a Clinton administration official. We will continue to pursue all evidence, and specifically the SARs and bank records in the new Congress. As part of our investigation, we have evidence that the finances, credit cards, and bank accounts of Hunter and Joe Biden were commingled, if not shared. And on some accounts, at least, red flags were raised by banks to the account owner or owners indicating suspicious or illegal activity. One of Hunter's closest associates, Eric Sherwin, was accessing Joe Biden's money and writing checks to reimburse Hunter. Sherwin arranged the Biden's international deals around the world. At the same time, he was a frequent visitor to the White House and Joe Biden during the Obama administration, visiting close to 30 times and sometimes with international business partners and Hunter, according to Hunter's calendar. Sherwin was also the president of Hunter's company and was appointed by President Obama to a position in the administration. After an apparent falling out with Sherwin, Hunter began coordinating business himself, and increasingly the deals brought in Joe Biden as a direct equity holder. One of these deals involves the sale of American natural gas to China. Evidence suggests Joe Biden had a 10% equity stake through his son. And behind Glenn and Andrew is a map from Hunter's laptop. This was a PowerPoint presentation on his laptop in Chinese that they used in working with the Chinese. Now, let's think about this for a second. At a time when Americans are suffering from high energy prices because of this administration's terrible energy policy, we find evidence that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were involved in a scheme to try to get China to buy liquefied natural gas, and from a whistleblower to try to get their foot in the door with China starting to purchase an interest in natural gas drillers. And people are in outrage over China buying farmland in the Dakotas. What about China starting to buy into our American energy industry at a time when we have an energy crisis because of the bad policies of the Biden administration? Now let that sink in. Hunter brought in millions of dollars from this deal from entities tied to the Chinese government. In emails obtained by committee Republicans, Hunter wanted keys made for Joe Biden and Jim Biden, his office mate. He provided Joe Biden's personal cell number and called him his partner. The other partners in that deal were two people closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. And that's behind Andy and Jim, that's the email where Hunter sent to the landlord requesting keys, and the Chinese partners were on the email, and where he said, Joe would need a key, and he even put Joe's cell phone number on there. Domestically, Jim Biden, Joe Biden's brother, used the Biden name to enrich himself in return for the promise that when Joe Biden became president in 2020, business partners would get rich by having access to a future Biden administration. By promising access to financing through Middle Eastern, Russian, and Chinese connections he made through Joe Biden, and by bringing his brother Joe Biden onto phone calls, Jim Biden was able to convince companies to give him loans of hundreds of thousands of dollars that he never repaid. The Biden administration has answered none of our requests for information regarding the Biden family or the financial transactions they engaged in. Instead, the Biden administration has spent over $250,000 to staff to, quote, deflect Hunter stories. Protecting the president's son who has committed crimes with Americans' tax dollars is a waste. The domestic and international scheme that promised access to wealth in a future Biden administration constitute fraud. And the president's participation in enriching his family is, in a word, abuse of the highest order. Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will be the primary goal of a Republican House Oversight Committee. As such, this investigation will be a top priority. We are releasing a report today that details what we have uncovered. We are also sending letters to the Biden administration officials and Biden family associates renewing our request for voluntary production of documents relevant to this investigation. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the president of the United States, and why he lied to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's international business schemes. National security interests require the committee conduct investigation, and we will pursue all avenues that have long been ignored. Committee Republicans have uncovered evidence of federal crimes committed by and to the benefit of members of the president's family. These include conspiracy or defrauding the United States, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, violations of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, tax evasion, money laundering, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Biden family's business dealings implicate a wide range of criminality, from human trafficking to potential violations of the Constitution. In the 118th Congress, this committee will evaluate the status of Joe Biden's relationship with his family's foreign partners and whether he is a president who is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars and influence. I want to be clear. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, and that's where the committee will focus in this next Congress. I now turn it over to Oversight Member and the next Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Jamie. So I would just start with this question. What part of Mr. Comer's presentation was Russian disinformation? I mean, never forget what happened on October 19th, 2020, 15 days before the most important election we have in our country. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? 15 days before that, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Clapper, and 49 other people signed a letter that said the following. It is for these reasons that we write to say that the arrival on the U.S. political scene of emails purportedly belonging to Vice President Biden's son, Hunter, has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. They further went on to say, we want to emphasize that we do not know if the emails provided to the New York Post are genuine or not, just that our experience makes us deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in this case. And of course, that letter became the pretext for suppressing this story, again, just days before the most important election we have in our country. So I would ask this, was J.P. Morgan's suspicious activity report to the Treasury Department, was that just a classic earmark of a Russian information operation? How about when Hunter Biden sent the email that Mr. Comer pointed to, sent the email asking for keys to his new office space, one for himself, one for President Biden, one for his uncle Jim Biden, and one for the emissary for the chairman of the Chinese energy company, CFCC. Was that just Russian disinformation operation in place? What part of Mr. Comer's presentation prompted the FBI to go to Facebook and say, hey, you want to be on the lookout for Russian misinformation here this election season? What part of his presentation would prompt that? And I think it's also important to understand, never forget how this story has changed. I mean, think about this. When it started off, it was, no, it's not his laptop. It's not his laptop. Then it was, well, it's his laptop, but remember, it's Russian disinformation and no one did anything wrong. Then it was, well, maybe he did something wrong, but President Biden didn't know about it. And now it's, well, maybe President Biden knew about it and was involved, but it didn't influence his decisions. In fact, yesterday, there was a story in Politico which said that. The story in Politico yesterday, investigating the investigators, dim strategists to launch counterpunch to House GOP. Story in Politico yesterday, here's what it said in there. Quote, no evidence has publicly emerged that Joe Biden's decisions were affected by his son's business dealings. Wow, we've went from it wasn't his laptop and it was Russian disinformation to, oh, whatever was in there didn't affect the president's business dealings, even though he was involved, even though the laptop was real, even though it wasn't disinformation. That's how far we've come. So I think that I think there are all kinds of questions that need to be answered, and we're determined to get there. Here's some of them that I have. Did the FBI brief Twitter as well? We know they briefed Facebook. We know that had an impact on the election. There's been surveys done where thousands and thousands of voters across this country said it might have impacted their decision in the election in 2020. Did the FBI brief any of the 51 former intelligence officials who signed that letter? Again, that letter that became the pretext for suppressing this story. Who did the briefings? Who briefed Facebook? Here's a name that I think is interesting. Timothy Thibault. So Mr. Thibault, now remember, we just did a report 2 weeks ago, Judiciary Committee, a report that talked about the political influence and the political shenanigans going on in our Justice Department based on 14 FBI agents who've come talk to our office as whistleblowers. One of those agents said, and this is the term he used, he said, at the highest levels of the FBI, specifically the Washington field office, he said it's rotted to the core. Not talking about rank and file agents. They're doing good work. Talking about the top people at the Washington field office. We had another whistleblower who brought up the name Mr. Thibault and said Mr. Thibault is pressuring agents to catalog and categorize cases in a specific way to satisfy this narrative about domestic violence extremism. But what's interesting is a different whistleblower, one who didn't come to our office, a different whistleblower who went to Senator Grassley's office, said that Mr. Thibault, by the way, the head of the special agent in charge at the Washington field office, Mr. Thibault is also the guy who suppressed information about the Hunter Biden story in October of 2020. I'd like to talk to Mr. Thibault. In fact, we've asked to talk to Mr. Thibault, even though he said publicly, I welcome a chance to answer questions. He's refused to come in and talk to us. That's someone we need to talk to. Why has the Biden administration suddenly changed their position on suspicious activity reports? Used to be, Mr. Comer wanted to see him. Any member of Congress, any chairman wanted to see him, any ranking member wanted to see him, any member of Congress, any committee, you got a chance to see him. Suddenly, no, we can't see him. I think Mr. Comer and our team at the Oversight Committee would kind of like to see the other 148. They've seen 2. They'd like to see the other 148. So we're committed to getting to the truth, the facts. We think that's what the American people are entitled to. We're gonna try to help Representative Comer and the team here at Oversight with our work on judiciary, but with a specific focus on what the FBI was doing. We know these 51 former intel officials, they got security clearance. How often are they talking to the FBI? Are they talking to the FBI? Who's doing the talking? Who's doing the briefing? Were they briefed? There's so many questions that need answered so we can get to the bottom of this. And the final thing I would say is this. A colleague of mine said this in a committee hearing a few weeks ago, Mr. Gates. He said, when is the FBI going to quit interfering with elections? 2016, they spied on President Trump's campaign. 2018, it was the Mueller investigation. 2020, they suppressed information about the Hunter Biden story. 2022, they raided the president's home 91 days before an election. Maybe it'd be nice if the FBI and the Justice Department just stayed out of it and let we, the people, decide who we think should represent us, who we think should lead us. That's supposed to be how America works. So this is the focus on the Judiciary Committee, the political nature at the Justice Department, and the linkage now to what was happening with the Hunter Biden story. Again, just 15 days before we have a presidential election.
We'll be happy to answer questions. Anyone on the committee will be happy to answer questions if you. Yes, sir.
Are you also putting the FBI on notice for not bringing, and the Department of Justice on notice for not bringing any charges?
And let me be very clear. Jim said this, but Jim's going to answer that question. The Oversight Committee, we are focused on the bank records moving forward. The Judiciary Committee is going to be focused on that, and Jim's going to answer that question.
No, we're not putting anybody on notice. We just want to get the truth. I mean, that's why we issued a 1,000-page report 2 weeks ago that talked about. So I've been in Congress a few years now. I've never seen anything like it. 14 agents come talk to us while we're in the minority about how political that place has become. Talking about the purging going. These are terms they use, not we. Purging going on, purging of agents, the pressure to categorize cases in a political fashion. The putting the threat tag label on moms and dads who show up at school board meetings. We know of over 24 parents who were investigated, no one charged. But think of the chilling impact that has. You show up at some parent's home, you talk to them because she's in the group Moms for Liberty, as an example. You talk to them, think of the chilling impact that has on other parents. So that's what we're interested in getting to the bottom of. And the only way you can hold people accountable and hopefully stop the behavior is to present it to the country. That's what we got to do. So we're committed to doing it in an aggressive fashion, but in a way that's consistent with the Constitution.
Thank you. We know that the Department of Justice and FBI has been investigating Hunter Biden since 2018. How do you know that these claims that you are laying out in your remarks today and some of the examples that you have up here aren't claims that have already been fully investigated by those federal prosecutors?
Yeah, we don't know.
And can I follow up with the map that you were referring to? When was that PowerPoint from?
That PowerPoint was from what year? Do we know exactly? I think it's in your packet, but 2017.
So my follow-up there is, if this is from 2017, what is the connection to, the current energy crisis now, if that was years ago?
Are you really? I mean, Joe Biden says he's going to stand up to China. Joe Biden says he's going to rewrite our whole energy policy, America first. And he was a 10% equity owner in a company whose sole mission was to purchase liquefied natural gas from the United States and try to take over the natural gas industry in America through natural gas wholesalers and natural gas drillers. I mean, I don't think Joe Biden's been honest to the American people about that. And I think that's a question you all need to ask at the next White House press conference. We didn't know about your involvement in a Chinese energy company. Does that in any way, shape, or form impact your energy policy? And that's something that I think every American deserves answers to, especially at a time when we're faced with record high energy prices because of Biden's energy policy. Yes.
Will your committee call Hunter Biden or anybody in the Biden family to testify in investigation section? Or
yeah, we would love to talk to people in the Biden family, specifically Hunter and Jim Biden. I think the most important thing for us right now is to get those bank records. I mean, we have 2 suspicious activity reports in hand now, not because of the Biden family and certainly not because of Janet Yellen at Treasury, these suspicious activity reports are very detailed. And these aren't from little banks like in my part of Kentucky. These are Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. So these suspicious activity reports, and I don't think from day one, a lot of people in the media understand what a suspicious activity report is. Just so you know, suspicious activity reports were created after September the 11th as a way for the government to be able to track foreign transactions into American terror cells. Over time, it's expanded to include things like money laundering and other types of criminal activity. Because when in September 11th, remember, the banks knew that these terrorists were getting wire transfers from Saudi Arabia, but the FBI and the federal authorities didn't. So that was how these were created. Under President Bush, under President Obama, and under President Trump, any committee in Congress could have access to those suspicious activity reports. But when Joe Biden became president, he changed the rules. Now, does anyone here doubt my suspicion that he changed the rules because his son and possibly himself had 150 suspicious activity reports? Are we the only ones that find that odd that Joe Biden would change the rules when he became president? In fact, Maxine Waters had legislation to change the rules back. She didn't know why he changed the rules. And she had a bill, and part of the language in the bill was to override that rule and give Congress the access to those suspicious activity reports again. I actually voted for Maxine Waters' bill because that was in there, and I don't vote for a lot of Maxine Waters' bills. So, yes.
Thanks, Congressman, for doing this. A question for both of you. I'm wondering if you might be able to confirm that your committees will be investigating Speaker Pelosi and the Department of Justice for their treatment of defendants jailed in connection with January 6th, a promise that potentially Speaker McCarthy made to the House Freedom Caucus earlier this week.
He's the Department of Justice guy.
We're focused on, you saw our report. Well, maybe you didn't. I hope if you didn't, you take time to read it. We're focused on how political our Justice Department has become. It's not a question of if they are political, if they are. They're making decisions on a political basis. We're going to look at all that.
See, and the treatment of
We're looking at
January 6th
We're looking at an umbrella of political operations at the Justice Department, all the way back to the very first whistleblower came to us over a year ago. About a year ago, I should say, regarding the school boards issue. So we're concerned about anything that is being done in a political fashion at the Justice Department, because remember, you got to step back. It's supposed to be, in this great country, the greatest country ever, it's supposed to be equal treatment under the law. And when you have a Justice Department that's not following that fundamental principle I think that sets our country apart from all others, that is a major problem.
Do you think the January 6th insurrectionists have been wrongly imprisoned?
I didn't say anything. All I said is we're going to look at the politics at the Justice Department based on the fact that we have had 14 different, actually more than 14 now, whistleblowers come talk to us. That's what we're going to focus on.
My last question is just, what are the grounds
If we can keep it about Hunter Biden, this is kind of a big deal, we think. If we can keep it about Hunter Biden, that would be great.
Some
Yeah,
Republicans,
go.
I just wanted to piggyback, because she said it for January 6th, just what you're planning to do with the January 6th investigation. It seems like you guys
I think that's a question. I think that's a question for Kevin McCarthy. That we're focused on a lot of investigations now. I've been very transparent with the media on it. That wasn't one of them, but yes.
Okay, so can you kind of preview how this is going to play out? So it sounds like your focus initially is going to be on these suspicious activity reports, which you endeavor to receive somehow. Is that going to be through potentially subpoenaing a bank? And then once you receive those, are you expecting a smoking gun from that, or is that going to lead to more avenues? And then finally, what deliverable are you expecting? Another report? Or is this do you see this terminating as some sort of referral? How do you see this playing out?
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, with the two that we already have, they've opened.
How did you get those?
Well, we can't reveal our sources, but the two are on the internet, so you can dig and find them. They're out there, but we verified they're 100% factual.
And I'm not questioning that,
Right.
but so if you got that from an individual, why would that individual have two?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that question. Because again, I don't think a lot of people in the media and in Congress, for that matter, understand a suspicious activity report. Byron Donald does. He's a financial expert. I've had the honor of being on a bank board. When you get a suspicious activity report, it flags every account that's had a transaction within a certain time period. Am I right, Bob? So the suspicious activity report that we have shows where Hunter Biden purchased whatever with an escort service. The escort service then paid the prostitute. Then the bank implies that the escort service is under suspicion for human trafficking. We see where the escort service is from, the prostitute's from. She's not from the United States. Again, I don't want this to be about the prostitute. Here's the thing: Hunter Biden isn't this innocent guy that just got a bad rap because he had a drug problem. And the Republicans don't need to waste any time on Hunter Biden. We're not trying to prove Hunter Biden is a bad actor. He is. If anybody wants to disagree with that, then there's nothing we have to talk about. Our investigation is about Joe Biden. And we already have evidence that would point that Joe Biden was involved with Hunter Biden on his deal. So we want the bank records. And that's our focus. We're trying to stay focused on, was Joe Biden directly involved with Hunter Biden's business deals? And is he compromised? That's our investigation.
And so if you found that through the reports, what would be your deliverable? Another report, or would you refer those charges, or do you foresee this resulting in some sort of impeachment?
We will issue a report. We will hand over any potential criminal activity to the appropriate authorities, and that's what we do. We investigate.
No, we're a legislative body, so the liberals, we may need to change the disclosure laws. We may need to look at this investigation started because of the concern with big tech, FBI talking to big tech suppressing, throttling back information that we, the people, should have had access to when we're getting ready to make the most important decision we make as a country on who's going to lead us. That's where this starts. So do we need to change Section 230? It's all about the legislative purposes. Courts.
Here's another nice mess you've gotten me into.
In Detroit City, when I was younger, in the 50s and the 60s, it was a booming city for the simple fact that it was automotive here. They call it the Motor City itself, because we had Chrysler, Ford, Chevys, and it was people from the south, east, west, all came over here to get a job, and they lived a good living because of it. But because of the government, and I don't remember this or not, the government kept saying, well, China did a lot better job than what we can with our automotives because they have technology, robots to do it, So what happened? Everybody believed it. And the manufacturers started doing robotics, eliminating people from their jobs. Now the robotics are taking more jobs away from people. Also, your automotives, instead of like keeping it here in America, they're sending it out. China, Mexico, Germany. And again, people are losing jobs. These unions that we have, and I'm not talking about the union people, but the big CEOs of the unions, the ones that head of the whole department of the unions, are making money. And they're shafting the American people. When there's an election here, in the Michigan area, the big CEO unions are passing out literature to people of workers saying, hey, vote Democrat. And I've seen this. I've seen this many times before. I have people that I know that work for the big three, from the lower class all the way up to the bigger class. And I have seen this already. And your school districts are the same way. Your lawyers are also the same way. They vote Democrats. A lot of them have been indoctrinated as children, believe it or not, in a rich neighborhood where they were raised rich, become lawyers. I've seen this also. But now everybody, our children are getting indoctrinated in school, saying socialism is the best way to go. And I can see this now with Generation Z, our generation. They don't know any better, and I feel sorry for them. They're sick. They don't even know it. Our television is nothing like Guru said, hypnotic, just to hypnotize you. And he's right. It's all bull. And if you don't know what to look for, I would be probably myself hypnotized. But I knew something was wrong. And thank God for Guru to help me out to understand a little bit more what's going on here. I'm for the American people, not for the government. The government is just a fictional enterprise, a corporation, as he would call it. And it is. It's a corporation. It's a gimmick. It's all lies, bullshit to feed the American people. And American people are eating it up. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't vote. They would just walk away from the government. They would actually just do what they had to do without the government. Be self-independent, wealth them people. It's a shame our own kids can't even get a good education now. A lot of kids can't even make change. They have to go on and count on the computer to do it for them. A lot of them, people can't even know time on a second-hand watch. All they know is digital. It's pathetic. Thank God that I was raised when I was, because I can see the big difference. And it was a 180-degree turnaround from better to worse, and it's getting worser. Things are going to have to break down eventually, and something's going to happen in America. There's going to be so much turmoil, it's going to be unreal. And in 1967, I was here for the racial debate here in Detroit where they burned down Detroit. I was here. And it was not pretty. And this is what's going to happen throughout the United States. It's going to be turmoil to you would not believe because of our governments don't know how to run things. But they sure know how to make money for themselves. They're thieves, they're liars, they're killers. They don't care about American people. And the only time you ever hear them begging for the American people is voting. And they sit there and lie to you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Well, I'm going to tell you something, people. One person, a senator, cannot do anything. I'm going to change blah, 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 blah. No, he can't. He needs votes to do it. But it sounds good to the American people. He's going to do it. We're going down as a country. There's no doubt about it. We're being split right down the middle. And there's going to be hell you're not going to believe. And other things change around big time. But I don't see it coming soon. You got Klaus Schwab, who's controlling the new Green Deal that want to get rid of our energy, our gas, our oil. Who cares about the people if they die in the wintertime? Who cares if people don't get fed? He don't care. He's going to get fed. And so is Congress. These leaders that go on to give us laws, or I should say rules, they themselves should hurt first before we should, just to know what it feels like to hurt. But instead, they don't do it. They just make these ridiculous rules because they don't hurt. They're not accountable for anything. Joe bite me if something does happen to this investigation. He's not going to jail. He'll get a slap in the hands and get kicked out of presidency if that's the worst thing can happen to him. But he's still going to retire in comfortable standards. It's all a joke. It's a smoke and pony show. Now I'm going to feel sorry for these people when I'm eating turkey, thinking how many people I'd like to help out, and I can't do it. But it's the government's fault. It's on their hands. Blood's on their hands. And I'm sick of it. I really am. And I'm trying to wake you American people up here. Each and every one of you from Canada to UK, all around the world, whoever wants to listen to me. And I do get upset when I talk because I can see what's going down. And there's not a damn thing I can do about it other than talk. And again, I'm not out here for subscribers or, wow, I'm going to get thumbs up. I don't care. I don't sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to. This is me. I'm Rights for Vets. I went into the military, and thank God I didn't go to war and come back handicapped, because the Veterans Hospital don't give a damn about veterans, and neither does the government. Neither does the news media. This smoke and pony show, oh, thank God for the vets. We honor the vets. If they honor the vets, they go after the VA hospitals and find out why they're tearing up veterans' lives. It's a shame. People start waking up. If you can get out of the grid, I can't do it much as I'd like to, but you might be able to. Do what you can. Right now, what they're talking about, it's sickening. One guy's on YouTube. Oh, I know how you can make money. It's not gold, not silver. Start buying homes. In other words, people who can't afford them, who get kicked out, and just buy them, and then turn them around and get renters in. It's all money making. It's not about people anymore. My God, when Christmas came, it was about Christ, God. Now it's about what you can buy, what you can do. It's bull. It's bullshit. It really is. All right. If anybody wants to come up here, I'm done. But basically, that's what it was. Detroit used to be good. It was. It was a beautiful city. But because of the automotive left, so everybody else. And Detroit went to hell. And the only ones making money is the politicians who run Detroit. And they do this in the inner cities to make it look nice and everything else. So they get some sort of income. They don't care about Detroit. Not one bit. They don't care about the people who suffer. And it's bullshit. All right, I'm done. Okay, Guru, I got a deal for you here, buddy. There it is. Hold on, I'll get you up here. Whoever wants to come on up can come on up, providing I know who you are. Okay, there you go. Whoever wants to come on up, come on up. $5. Guys got to make some money somehow. Shit. But yeah, it's just ridiculous, people. I don't like to see people hurt. I don't, especially done purposely. Can you imagine the people who are not going to be eating this year? And it's going to get worse next year. People who are going to freeze because they can't afford gas, natural gas. They're going to be at a demise where, do I feed my family or do I work? What do I do? It's bad enough what they did to our medical system. They destroyed our medical system. You see these advertisements on TV, oh, check your heart with this. And the machine says, oh, your heart's doing good. Well, what was it doing a bad thing? What in case you cardiomyositis? Who's going to pay for the damn bill if you can't afford it? Do I know you, sir?
Merca.
Oh, yeah, I recognize that picture. I know you. How you doing, Guru?
Wonderful. Just woke up a bit ago, but this is a good thing to do first thing in the morning. Let's talk.
Where's Joe Cool at? He's hiding?
I don't know. He put a mess. He peeked his head in the under parts of the chat there.
Was that what he did? How you doing, Guru? Really? You doing okay?
I'm doing awesome. Yes, very, very good. Very good. We're making some good moves with the project. Things are rolling along. Solving some more challenges, really difficult ones, which is great. Yeah, it's all foundation laying right now.
Anybody who doesn't know Guru, can you put your link in, please?
That's going to cost a lot.
Hey, that turned around on me, didn't it? Damn. I can't. Do I know you? Please, if you can, check Guru's new hub, and it's fantastic, and it's going to get bigger. If you have any questions about anything, this man can tell you. He's not a liar. He'll tell you the truth. Oh, I just got something from Joe Cool. What's this thing say? I don't want to come up. Technical, I'm still working. Oh,
He's a corporate slave. He doesn't have the freedom to come up. That's what he's saying.
Corporate slave. You better come up here and you'll love it. You will like it, corporate slave. I like it. That's pretty good. I like the way you did that. Shit. Yeah, put your link up there so people know who you are. If they, and he wrote something else. Ha ha ha.
So there it is, and that's not the hub, of course. That's just the pre-launch site that gives a much more elaborate and detailed description of everything that the Freedomist Project is all about, and also where the project is sitting in terms of development as we progress.
Not bad. Not bad at all. When you start getting big, can I have your autograph?
Oh, that's really going to cost you.
Between you and Joe Cool, I don't know. Wow. I just can't win.
I've only been up here for 5 minutes and already I'm a millionaire. See how this works, folks?
Yeah, and I can't even get any money from Frosty. Frosty's feeling pretty bad. He really is. That allergy's kicking the shit out of him.
All right. Now, I'm going to respond to your rant. So fasten your seatbelt. One thing in particular, one that I wanted to make a reference to, because I was thinking about this actually yesterday, so it's kind of perfect timing. And it's something that I touch base on, but I don't think I focus on it enough. And it's part of indoctrination. A really, really heavy part of indoctrination that keeps people still in the lullaby focus and neglecting positive improvements for themselves. It's this vastly 180 difference between this thing called fault and responsibility. And I heard you say this. I heard you say that it's the government's fault, paraquoting. It's the government's fault that such and such and such and such and such. And if we do this, we're neglecting the other part of the equation, which is it's not about whose fault it is. It's about who's responsible. Who is responsible for our lives and who is responsible for ourselves and our well-being. And of course, they don't want us to think about this. They want us to just think on deflecting that focus away and being angry and sad and bitter and basically wasting our time. And of course, and I'm not saying that you're doing this at all. I'm using you in the hot seat here. Since you volunteered.
I'll drop my drawers. Go on.
Right. But as you can see, if you look a little deeper, it sets the stage for division and getting people to argue and fight. Whose fault is it? Who needs to do this? Who needs to pick up the shit? Who needs to clean up the mess? Who needs to change this law? Who needs to change this regulation? Who needs to be voted into this and blah, blah, blah. And anything and everything except looking in a mirror and saying, wait a second, I need to stop begging to be spoon-fed and just take care of myself.
Oh, no, I agree.
Outside of the corporate way of life as well, which is something that I put another message in the chat there. This thing called a job for all the corporate slaves out there. Joe. For all the corporate slaves out there, okay? There's more ways to make money than this thing called a job. A lot more. But further to that, there's more ways to function and get along just fine, and in fact do very, very well without money at all. And the introduction to that, when understood by a corporate slave, is the beginning of freedom for them.
Now, can you elaborate a little bit more and explain to them what you're
Y-
talking
yeah.
about? I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about, but
Yeah,
they probably don't. Or
sure. Just to, touch the tip of the iceberg with it. When you go outside in the nature anywhere, it could even be in a corporate city if there happens to be one still, and you find one, and you see an apple tree. You typically don't see a debit swipe on the apple tree to pick the apple off of it. That's just the tip of the iceberg. See, what happens in the corporate city, in the beehives, is we are disconnected from that part of nature and that part of reality. And we forget that everything grows in abundance. Everything we even consume in the corporate world came for free from nature originally. And we become disconnected, and to the point, to such a deep degree, to the point that we even forget. Kids these days, they probably think, well, they do. They even say it, that food is just somehow manufactured right in the grocery store, and ridiculous things like that.
imagine.
I mean, we know, right? I mean, we know better.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So that's just the tip of the iceberg, of course, and it goes all the way into full self-sufficiency if an individual wants it to, when you learn how to access the resources of nature that are there freely available almost everywhere you go, and learn what to do with them with the tools. And I'm not talking about bushcraft style, living under a bunch of leaves and twigs just so that you don't get wet in the morning. That's survival skills, and that's very important too. I'm talking about actual thrival to such a high degree that it makes the corporate material world pale in comparison. It puts it to shame. We're talking about materials that come from nature that are very easy to work with, that when done right, longevity just happens as an inevitability there, like even hundreds of years for some of these materials in the home, cob home and straw bale and hemp products and stuff like that. They last for hundreds and hundreds of years when done right.
Oh, excuse me. How you doing, D. John? I see you there.
D. Johns is here. Morning.
If you want to come up, D. John, you're more than welcome. Come on up. The link
Yeah,
someplace.
we had a great one-on-one the other day.
I guess so. I was going to talk to you, but now you guys are just having too much of a good time, so I just let it go. And I wrote to you. You did get the letter, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, just to tell you, yeah, you guys are okay though, right? I mean, you guys could talk.
I think we did okay.
I want to make sure I didn't on you guys when I left. I was like, checking things out. Okay,
No,
go on.
no, it was fine. You were tired.
Oh,
I figured
been up-
everybody was by the time I came up anyway.
yeah, well, I've been up since 2:00 this morning, and but I'll be all right for a while yet. So go ahead.
Let me just read in the chat there. Joe put, "It's the government's fault, and my exes and my mom and dad. Oh, and Guru. Yes. Don't forget me.
I'll be rich.
If not for them, I'd be rich. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a millionaire and you're not."
Good man, dude. You look outside the box.
Actually, that's exactly how it works too, right? When you have a limited amount of supply in something, which is scarcity mindset, it's a superficial one, of course, because they decide how much they want to print and digitally put into circulation these days. By demand, by just a basic mathematical logic, there's a fixed amount of supply in this. That means there's a limitation. It's, so by design here, somebody has to lose in order for somebody to win.
Yeah, I know, but it's a damn shame that's even, never mind. Go on.
Just from a logical observation there, that is right from the get-go a dysfunctional construct. because somebody is guaranteed they have to be hungry. They have to be, you know, if we're going to cooperate with that system.
Well, that system
Not everybody
sucks.
can have something in this system.
Yeah, but this system sucks. There's no doubt about it. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
of course
terrible.
it does. That's what I'm saying. That's why it sucks, right? And that's why it's dysfunctional, because of its design. Not necessarily just because of the people who are running the show or whatnot. But
Well,
the design itself. It doesn't matter who runs the show. At the end of the day, the design itself is dysfunctional.
they're crooked as hell. These damn people who run this country. I mean, it might be the design, but still they're crooked, and they don't give a damn about us.
Then
you know?
so is everybody who participates in the
I agree.
dysfunctional
No,
design.
I do. I agree with that. But I mean, they didn't give us enough time to. I mean, they just lowered a boom on us. You know, we only got a certain amount of time, and like, what the, you know, we can't even plant trees. I couldn't plant an apple tree if I had to now.
I'm going to have to beg to differ, because if I had enough time, so did everybody else.
Well, yeah, but you knew it took.
And I did know, and I'm much younger than you. Now, why did I know? That's the question. What's the difference? Why did I know compared to other people?
Why is that a kid doesn't know when he gets burned until he gets burned? You know, curiosity. I knew something was wrong, and you know that. I've said that before. But I couldn't get the pieces together. You're the one that told me about the pieces that, you know, I put my mind together on, like, wow, that's what's going on. Now
Okay,
I know,
fair enough.
but now it's like, what the, you know, and that's, I'm trying to wake other people up who might have a chance to have the money to move out or, you know, get land and start, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just
Yes,
frustrated.
of course. Of course. I know you're frustrated. I feel your pain. I mean, I had to go through a reconciliation process with myself too. That's normal, you know, because you're coming to terms with the reality. And the more that you had yourself wholeheartedly invested into it, perhaps the more painful it is to come out of it. But the truth of the matter is that, all that aside, really the only difference between me and other individuals is that I chose not to settle, even at a young age. I chose not to accept the indoctrination, even at a young age. And I kept that because it didn't make sense to me. And the morality behind it didn't make sense to me. I told you the story the other day where when I was babysat there with my neighbors, and they didn't have very much food in the cupboard, and I asked for a snack, and they said, all we can give you is a box of raisins. And how that led into me sort of questioning what the hell is going on here. Why is my family literally feet away almost on the other side of the complex, well to do with food? We always have cupboards just chock full of food, no problems. Help yourself all day long if you want. Be a glutton even, you know. But these guys over here are hard pressed to offer a box of raisins as a snack, right? So, and then I went into questioning that and was told about how money works, or the basics, you know, as much as you can tell a 5-year-old kid. And right there, it didn't make sense to me. It's like, well, that's not right. You know, it's not right at all. Especially when it's somebody who supposedly has in the system that we're operating in, has the selected ability to just print the resource that everybody can have access to for having food and their bases covered. Now, of course, I know that would be counterproductive in the corporate world, because now that you understand and you grow up, you learn how it really works. And obviously, if you were to give everybody $10 million right now, what would happen?
They spend it.
Yeah, they'd all go broke and have to go to work again, right?
Yeah, exactly. Me, I'd hold it. You know what I mean? Until I needed it. That's I want to tell you something though. Seriously, you're right about what you said. I can't argue there. But during my time, everything was flourished. I mean, everybody was happy. There was nobody really starving. I mean, we had immigrants that came into America. You know what I'm saying? Things were flourished. Really, I mean, businesses was great, and I didn't see it.
That's how you that's how you perpetuated genocide, of course. But just because things were better doesn't change
What
that
is
it
now?
was. It doesn't, like right now, you're experiencing the inevitability of what happens when the outcome of that way of life happens, right? It's a
Right.
progressive thing. So, but even back then, yes, perhaps there was less hardship in the structure and so on and so forth. But it's still a slave-driven structure, and it still is not healthy, and it still isn't something that you're getting the benefit of.
Not now.
It's
Not,
still,
no.
I mean, back then.
You-
You
Well,
may have gotten a couple more crumbs, but of course that's because in order to perpetuate their end goal, which was a longevity time-based focus, they had to do it slowly. But
yeah.
even back then, you know, the extra crumbs that you had, you were still living a superficial dependent way of life and not a self-sufficient way of life that was in freedom and abundance with the rest of nature, like the rest of nature is. So that's not healthy, you know.
I understand what you're saying, and you're right. They did it slowly. I mean, that's when I started seeing things change, especially when I was in the military. You know what I mean? That's what woke me up was when I was in the military.
Yeah.
You know, some of the shit I've seen, I'm like, what the hell? That don't sound like American to me. You know, and that's what I got out of it. And then it really started escalating. But I'm trying to help people who really want to get the hell out of this situation before it happens. What happened to me? You know what I mean?
Sure. And
I mean,
we
I
can
was
work.
lucky. Go on.
We have similar focuses when it comes to that, and that's why I want to partner with anybody who thinks like that. Absolutely. At the same token, I want to help you too. I want to also help you further your awakening, if you want to call that. Because
oh my God, I'll tell you. You know what? I do a lot of thinking at nighttime. Some of the stuff you say, I'm telling you,
I know.
I do. I mean, I sit there and I'm like, Doc, got it. You know, I'm like, and that's when I get
Right.
out here again. You know, I'm like, I know, yeah. Just let me let me let me digest what you gave me so far. I'm just like,
I know. I'm trying to
am
take you methodically
oh,
step for step, and I'm trying to balance it as I do with, you know, the current situation as things are and whatnot, and also for whatever a person can handle. But, you know, just to be blunt about it, America is a fiction. Canada is a
yes,
fiction. All of these things, they're nationalities, and they're designed to get people, like when you say such a thing as American people,
mhm.
there's no such thing. You're actually lying to yourself when you say
Well,
that.
I do that because people don't know what I know. You know what I mean? Through you. They don't know. So I have to
Okay.
say American people. I can't say, hey, you got screwed over by your government. You're not really Americans. It's just a fiction name. You think they're going to like that? What the hell is this guy talking about? You know?
That's the point. If you want them to have a bit of a wake up, something to think about, you have to tell the truth, regardless if they're uncomfortable or not. If you keep in line with the lies, then they don't have something to be, getting outside of your comfort should feel uncomfortable.
Well,
Growth should feel uncomfortable to some degree, right?
what I'm doing though, I'm just easing up slowly so people can understand where I'm coming from, and then really start just like you did to me. You wanted to, you know,
they don't know what's behind door number 2.
exactly. And then you put the boom on me and went, what the, and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought, he's right. But you did it slowly. You just didn't put it out there. And that's what I'm trying to do to American people, to understand that this fake government is not for them.
What about Iranian people?
Iranian people, what?
Because what you just said a second ago is I want to do this for American people. What about Iranian people? What about Canadian people? What about
anybody
UK
who
people?
wants to digest what I got coming down in just a short, they're more than welcome. I'm not. People's are people. You know what I mean?
Right. So I want to help you get a little further outside of the division box when it comes to that, and just start looking to address people as a whole to be more fruitful. The reason being, number one, is because that very division there is the reason why people will stay stuck. And they won't get the message if we continue to sugarcoat the truth about that. They just won't. They're going to still think, well, I'm an American, I'm a Canadian. They're going to still think, oh, I need to go do this in my activism, and that's what's going to, you know, I need to go vote harder. I need to go vote better. Oh, it's Joe Biden. It's this. Again, just back to that responsibility versus fault thing. They're going to continue to pursue the fault focus because they're caught up and entangled in what's called the personification mess.
Well, between me and you, I didn't even vote. I said, the hell with it. I was going to waste my time because I knew damn well the same freaking governor would be, you know, you're right. You're right. Oh, man.
It's easier not to as well. Like, it's easy not to fall and get caught up in pit traps when you bring your view further back and see everything as a whole. Like, if you're looking at the ground and you see a grain of sand, and then you bring your focus back, and now you see a little bit of dirt and gravel and rocks around the sand, and you go further and you see some grass over there and maybe a stream, and then you go even further and all of a sudden you see a big landmass and some mountains and so on and so forth. From the whole, you can start to connect the dots, and you can see that there is no division in the corporate world. They're all just one conglomerate, and part of that corporate world is the participation of we the people. Actually, the biggest part. And without that participation, it just ceases to function.
Well, it's doing it right now. It's doing it right now. It's ceasing to function. You know.
Actually, I think in the narrative that the people who are running the show of the corporate world, it's functioning better than ever for their objective that they want to do.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. For them, they're enjoying it. They're fine. You know, they're enjoying life. You know, they're just tearing everybody else's life up. But then again, like you said, it's our fault for believing in the government. But again, we were indoctrinated, like I was as a kid. You know what I mean?
If we put aside fault though and just focus on responsibility, we don't need to worry and stew in that part. We can just, okay, well, whose responsibility is it to take care of myself? Well, is it another man's? Is it another, you know, is it this thing called nation state? Is it state, period?
The problem is, Guru, I got to tell the people that the government ain't worth a shit for them, so they can understand that, like I have the hard way, that the government doesn't care for them. So get away from the government, be dependent on yourself, try to do the best you can, try to, you know,
yes,
grow a freaking tree, pears, plums, whatever, learn how to do a garden, you know what I mean? Just get property if you can. But people are indoctrinated like I was, you know, in my time and period and below, other than the Generation Z. They believe in government totally.
Right. Yeah, wow. You're right.
You know, but I mean, you know, I mean, this is not the easiest thing for anyone. I mean, it took me a hard time to swallow when you were talking to me. Trust me, it was, you know.
Of course.
But I can understand what you're saying, but I got to do it the way I would like to have it done with me, you know, slowly and just put the boom to them. You know what I mean? If people want to start watching, you know what I'm saying, to wake them up. Just stay away from government. Government ain't the answer. It's not the answer. You are. You're the answer, you know, the person. And I understand this fully. I really do.
Right.
They got us to be self-efficient. Get away from the government. You know, it's just.
Well, I got you. I totally got you. If I could have one thing get through and sink in this conversation more than anything else, it's this. If you want to be a little, actually, let me just say one thing first. As a reminder, it's very important to realize that we can never wake somebody up who doesn't want to be woken up. Right? So that's important. We have to qualify individuals. But of course, when we're just doing rants out into the air and whoever catches them, go wherever they go. So that's a little bit different. back to what I was saying. If when you're doing your rants, you're venting like that, what you're doing is you're showing that you still have attachment and that you haven't disassociated yourself fully from the corruption yet. And the people who you want to take example from that will look at that and go, this person is telling me that my roots are a mess, but I have nothing else, and they're not showing me something else to turn to because they haven't solved that part for themselves yet. You see, and they're really, really heavily indoctrinated. A person who is somewhat open might be a little different, you know, because they might have already sort of investigated and looked for different options and angles or so on and so forth. But that's not the vast majority of people that you're talking to in the corporate world, you know. And it's also better for you and for your health as well, for you to continue and finish coming to terms with that and just letting go of all your attachments to the fictional world and the nation state personification ties.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. God bless. Come on up if you want to. I got the link. Oh shoot! I got to do another link. Go on. I'm sorry.
That's it. I was finished.
Oh no, what you're saying is true, and I agree with you. It just, yeah, you're right. I can't say it. Shit.
I'm just, you know, and this is a lot from my own personal experience. You know, I went through this too back in the day. I did, and everybody does. Everybody does, especially when you're first coming out of it. You just want to yell up and down and kick and scream and tell everybody till you're blue in the face, hey, watch out, there's a train over there. Don't walk on the tracks, right?
Yeah.
Well, 8 out of 10 people are doing that, not listening to anything you have to say. What does that old fat guy know? He doesn't know anything. Give me my device.
Yeah, well, you're right. Wherever I go to, I talk to people, and I can tell right off the bat, you know, as soon as they open their mouth, I'll know, well, this guy doesn't get out, walk away. But I tell people, I says, you know about CBDC? Huh? Do you know about the real ID that's coming up? Huh? You know, do you know that we're going to starve? Huh? I'm like, what the? And it's just, I talked to the cashier, and she looked at me like, you know, you're crazy, you know. And I said, well, how much is it? You know, the bill. Looking after my ladies, but may come up for a bit. Oh, the heck with you. I'm not coming out here in the morning time anymore for you anymore. That's it. I'm going to start at nighttime. I come up for purposely because you see, you know, you never show up at daytime. Never show up at daytime. Now look at them. The heck with you. I'm going to nighttime from now on. Rotten guy. So anyway, yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's just trying to get through to these. Well, they're indoctrinated like I was.
And still are to some degree.
It's just, oh, I'll be doggone. He did show up. I don't want you now. Leave.
Suck my fat one.
That's going to be very expensive.
Oh, man.
You were baiting me. You were baiting me, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. Today's my day.
Pulled me in, reeled me in. You're rolling that. Yeah, you got me in for a little while. Yeah, I just wife's at work, so I just got my 2 little ones tonight. So I'll pop in for a little while. Good to see you guys at a reasonable time.
See?
Yeah.
I told you I'd be up here. I've been doing it lately, so you can come up here.
I've been in the background. You didn't send me a link on WhatsApp, though, but I've been in the background.
All right. I'll do that.
How you doing, Rudy?
I'm doing wonderful. Yourself? Good morning to you.
Yeah. Always getting there. Always getting there. That's all I ever do is get there.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yes, it's just like that.
I hear England's really getting some hell over there, eh? New Zealand's getting it now, I hear.
Everywhere's getting it, aren't they? Everywhere's getting it on the new reset. You know what's going on. But like I said, if you want to make change, you know, like I said, no disrespect, Rudy. We can't all just go and live in the woods, mate, or there'd be no woods left because we all need the woods to keep warm. And it's just like we got to make the change ourselves. We got to go out there and get boots on the ground. And
That's the point of the message. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's to stop thinking that it's a collective thing. Even it's just it's an individual thing, taking responsibility for themselves, and not focusing on this fault thing. Focus on the responsibility part.
Yeah,
that's the point. Yeah.
But we all need to come together as a collective. We need ambulance drivers. We need doctors. We need nuclear physicists to generate some power. All these kind of things that we need. We just can't, like I said.
That's to be fair. That's an indoctrinated view. I have vast amounts of experiments that show me otherwise. That we don't, but people who don't know how to function otherwise do until they learn that.
Yeah. It's just oh god, it's all about, look, just go back a few years, just look at how things are going. It's all about to make us feel insecure and dependent.
Right. And that's exactly what an individual is. They are insecure and dependent in the corporate world. It's designed to make sure of that.
Yeah, for some. I mean, I just think, fuck it. I'll just get on. I mean, like, silly little things like tonight, for instance. Just before we came home, we went out today and I popped into a local grocery store to get a couple of bottles of medication. And I noticed the girl was doing the reduced to clear on the food, on the meats.
Yeah.
30%. She said to me, "I'll come back at 5 o'clock. It'll be 75%. I said, "Yeah, I know. All right, I'll see you later." I come home. I was only home for about 25 minutes. Raced back up there, caught hold of her, bought about $50, which is the same thing as pounds now because we're on par, of meat for £10.
Yeah.
So just all these little things. You don't need to starve. You can save money. It's more of a game now than it was before. You have to be a bit more savvy. But
it's going to get to the point though where you're going to be eating crickets, and that's by design. And that's why I put what I said earlier before. I don't know if you're here to listen to it when I was verbally saying it as well, but this thing called a job is not the only way to make money. That's first and foremost. That's in the corporate game. If you're still playing in it, it's far from the only way. And the second thing is making money is not the only way to function in life at all. And when this is understood by a corporate slave, this for them will be the beginning of freedom.
God bless. They got a new thing now. They just passed the FDA. Amazing. It's called no kill meat.
Huh?
Look it under your Google right now. It's called no.
Elaborate.
I call it smeat.
Yep.
Go ahead. It's funny stuff. Go ahead.
What they're doing is they're getting a cell from a chicken and reproducing.
Yeah, growing it.
Yep, they're reproducing it. Yeah, and they got to use.
Beef, don't they? Remember they did that with beef a little while ago, a few years ago, where they could grow a beef burger through a what's it called? Where you put the bowl, for scientists. What's it called?
No kill meat. That's what I found out. What it's called? No kill meat.
Oh goodness me, I can't remember what it's called now. Like when they grow bacteria and stuff and put it under a microscope. What's that little sepsis bowl or whatever it's called? Dish. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, they've been doing that. I mean, look, they've been growing organs on the back of mice and stuff like that. And ears on the back of a mouse. So yeah, it's just science in some respects. Bit of creepy stuff.
I wonder if they could do that for a congressman, senators. Put 2 assholes on them.
They got more than 2 assholes on them already. How many assholes do you need?
Shit.
Careful who you ask that question to.
Yeah, you're right. What was I thinking? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're having just a shit show as what you are in the US. I mean, we're so related in Canada and stuff like that. I mean, Canada seems to be doing better than everyone else in our kind of Western world. from what I can gather when I go onto other streams and that and their prices and stuff. But yeah, we're just having to. I mean, we just had a budget thing a few days ago, and you know the way they polish a fucking turd is unbelievable, and it takes people about a week to get their abacuses out and go through it all and say, "Oh shit, no, hang on a minute, that's not good at all." you know, it's the same old thing every year. So you know, it's just it is what it is at the moment, but. I mean,
It's not going to get any better, UK. It's not going to get. I'm telling you,
mate. I'm telling you. I get a glimmer of hope now and then. Like people are starting. We've got all these refugees over here at the moment. They're being put in the most luxurious hotels, fed, watered, given money, warm, and all that kind of stuff. People are now. People in towns and villages are starting to say, right, that's enough now. They're having council meetings. It's turning on the border of riotous. Petri dishes. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted. A Petri dish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham.
I was nearly there. Thank you, Graham. Top
Now we
man.
can start growing our own culture.
You're my new oracle. You're my phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
It's the new world order. He says it's happening everywhere. He's right.
It is science as well, in some respects. But
Old world order, new chapter. Important to understand that.
Yeah,
like I said, they're starting to. The people are, it's a tipping point now. It's a tipping point. It's starting to really. You're starting to actually visibly see people getting right. We've had enough. Why are we paying our taxes? Why have we worked hard all our life? And if I'm an elderly person, get put in a care home, and you take away all I've earned. I paid my taxes for you to look after me in the first place. And why are these people coming into this country that can't even speak English and everything else, and then they will never ever work? Why are you giving them everything? Why are we having to go to work to pay for them? And the thing is, what people don't broaden their view on is they're doing exactly the same thing with politicians. You're going to work, paying to give them.
What do they do with all this money? I mean, we have a lottery over here. The lottery is supposed to help the school boards, but yet we're still paying for schools.
Yeah, charities, all that kind of stuff. The homeless and all that kind of stuff. Look, it's just
cocaine is very expensive. Anyway, carry on.
I'm going to brush my teeth and get a cup of coffee right back a minute. Hold on,
especially in Ukraine.
Give me time, no back.
Like presidents.
We're billing you by the minute there, Mr. Brown.
So, anyway, I mean, the only good thing I've seen the American government do the past few days is when that Zelensky tried to blame those 2 missiles that went into Poland on Russia. He is absolutely itching for a world war. He's absolutely, and fair play to the American government. That's the only thing I've seen them do good for I don't know how long. And say, well, no, hang on a minute, Mr. Zelensky. It wasn't a Russian missile. We're not going to go DEFCON 1. It was one of your missiles that you tried to provocate war. So, excuse me. And the follow on for that is that other countries are starting to realise what's going on over in Ukraine now, and they're all stepping back. Italy, New Zealand, all these other countries are saying, and Germany as well now, are saying, no, we don't support this no more. So then, once they get that out of the way, hopefully, they won't hide behind the smoke and mirrors to say that the reason why the gas, the reason why the food has gone up is because of Russia. It's nothing to do with Russia at all. They're just using that as a smokescreen. So they fucked up with Kool-Aid lockdowns.
It's going up because they want it to. Nothing more, nothing less.
The thing is, I mean, newly, right? So when you take something, and we're a planet, where does it disappear to? So if they're taking all this money, where is it going? Are people that's fucking stupid? Sorry about my language, but are people that stupid? You can't just take it. Doesn't disappear. It doesn't disappear. The
Sadly,
money, the gas, the fuel, and everything.
Right. Sadly, the answer is yes, they are.
So people have got
a lot of people, not everybody, but yes. But again, I hear this. People got to wake up rhetoric a lot, my question to that rhetoric is, wake up and do what? Wake up and then what? Or what does waking up do? What's the next thing?
Start to question.
Okay.
And then when you
Okay.
question, then you start to say, well, that's unfair. And then you get out there and you put your boots on the ground and you start protesting. We're the ones that put.
Oh my God, seriously. That's the solution?
Well, no, it's a start. It's a start.
A start of what?
Well, to make the fucking governments that we voted in, apparently. I mean,
Well,
I
the
don't know who
solution is
voted in,
the solution is to force the government to do something different.
or get to people that are people like us into that kind of situation to start being realistic. Like to get the proper word. Like because they're gangsters at the end of the day. These governments are gangsters.
The problem with this ideology is you're still delegating the function of well-being of other people to this thing called the government. That is dysfunctional by design. That's the root of the disease. That's a total neglect of that.
But as I
It's a
said
total
before,
neglect of self-responsibility and responsibility to cooperate with each other and delegating that away and playing the blame and fault game. That's exactly what it's designed to do. It's get people to be distracted by that game and ultimately lock in and enhance their insecurity and dependence on it.
that's what I was trying to say. Where I'm bouncing around all these different streams and everything, and then you're seeing people now start to, because like we said the other night, the internet is a good thing. YouTube is a good thing. I know it sounds bizarre me saying that, but it's a way to a means.
I agree with it. With that, YouTube has been a wonderful tool for me, for sure. It's all what you do with it.
Such an educational thing, if you want to fix something, there's some guy out there that can share the information with you, the knowledge.
Yeah. I would have to say just the internet actually is a wonderful tool in that
Yes,
regard.
it is, yeah. YouTube's
Absolutely.
good, but it's more of a library. It's more of a library. You can go in there, type in what you want to know about, and find it quite quickly and easily with videos. It's like when you go and buy that wardrobe from IKEA. We're all guys, and you think, I don't need the instructions, I don't need to see the manual, I can make this easily. And you get halfway through and realise you've got to strip it all down again because you missed something. So then you look at the manual. But it's just I don't know. It's just wild times at the moment. Strange.
Oh yeah, well, life is a wild ride. I'm having an awesome time with it. It's great, but and it should be that. It can be that way for everybody if they want it. But truth be told, a little bit back to the point on topic there, when I was saying that the solution that you're proposing there, that's not a solution at all. That's a total counterproductive advocation of the root of the disease to do that. It's a neglect of where the disease is. Maybe it's still the lack of awareness of what the actual disease is.
So in 1 minute or whatever you need to take, what was your solution?
Cooperation and responsibility, self-responsibility. It's nobody else's responsibility to feed yourself. It's nobody, and we can look to just nature and the way that it functions, and the rest of nature doesn't do the corporate way of life at all, and it does just fine.
Look, what I'm trying to say is, like, as I said earlier on, we can't all live in the woods and just live off the grid.
Well, that's an argumentative conversation that could be had that's set to the side. But regardless of that, it doesn't change the statement of what I just said. Whether you all can or cannot, I'm not even focused on everybody as a whole. Again, that would be another deflectionary, fault-based thing and responsibility. You have to start with yourself as an individual, and then work with others who are interested in taking responsibility for themselves, and then you can alliance with those, if you so wish.
Yeah.
And your quality of life is going to benefit from that. You're going to do great, regardless of any bullshit in the corporate world, regardless of any fucking political problems or all this kind of nonsense. You'll realize that it's all just a bunch of distractionary bullshit.
What I'm trying to say is, like, how do I put this right? So we need some kind of society. This is what I'm saying. it's gone off track. It's gone off track. But the things like having a hospital, having elderly homes for elderly people, and all these other bits and pieces, and gross. I mean, look, I know it's convenience, isn't it, as well? It's mainly
Yeah.
convenience, but
Yeah.
we do need some kind
Yeah.
of civilized structure.
It's part of the bait of.
We do need some kind of civilized structure. You can't, like I said, it's
Sure. Well,
go on.
you already have the perfect structure. It's nature itself. You just what's missing in the equation is the education, which is the opposite of schooling. That's what you get in the corporate world. You need the education of how to cooperate with it and work with it. That's what's missing for most of the corporate slave.
As
all.
humans, it's in our DNA kind of thing to make things life easier for ourselves. That's why we did things like invent the wheel and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's-
technology is good, as long as again remembering how to function without it is very important. But there's nothing wrong with a healthy, technology or whatnot to reduce hardship. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But if
you make yourself a cup of coffee in the morning, don't you? You don't go out there in the woods, get yourself a few tree branches and boil up, and then go and find a stream to find some water, do you? You go and get
yeah, actually, when I live out there, that's exactly what I do, and I enjoy the shit out of it.
when you go out there, if you don't do it 24/7, like 50.
The point of the matter is I know how, and I'll do just fine whether or not this electrical coffee pot is there or not. You see the difference?
Oh, no. I don't disagree with that. I do not do, I'm not saying you're wrong in that respect, but, it's just, we like convenience. We like to make life easier for ourselves. Be able to flush, you go and have a dump, you go to the toilet, you can flush it and it's gone.
Okay. Now let's take that, because I'm with you when it comes to that. Let's take that and apply that to this thing called government. The government is not there to make things easier for you. It never was and it never will be. So that's the first thing that has to be recognized. It's there as a parasitical middleman that creates additional superficial hardship for their benefit. And it was that way by design from inception, and it will stay that way because the structure of it is a superficial structure that is not in line with nature. It's in line out of nature in terms of cooperative function. I mean, everything comes from nature, so it's a separate sort of moot point when it comes to that. But as far as the cooperative way to function goes, it's not a harmonious, peaceful, cooperative function where everybody is not limited and able to access the things that they need for at least their basic requirements, And when you can't do something for yourself in that structure to fend for yourself, when it's actually outlawed, you got a serious problem. A serious, serious problem. And the root of that problem is the belief that somebody else has a say in whether or not you actually, from a default perspective, can or can't do something. And so back to the other part of the narrative there, when you pose solutions, if they're going to continue to delegate where the responsibility of solutions are, which is ourselves, then you're never going to get anywhere. It's a dog chasing its tail until you finally come to terms as an individual with realizing that the root of the problem is me, that the solution is me. I have to take responsibility for myself. That's the first step that needs to happen. And yes, we can have conveniences and all these other things, but even that, if we want them, then what are we doing not creating that? I would rather focus with individuals who want to build the things that they want than stewing in groveling and bitching and moaning and whining about that we don't have those things because other people should have done that. I don't want to wallow in the bullshit. I want to be constructive and make things happen, while I'm alive.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. They're going to get rid of us because, like you said, what's going to happen to us because we blow out methane, and I hope they get rid of Biden first, though, because he blows out a lot of methane in his diapers.
Yeah.
They want to get rid of us. So
If you
Just
want
like
to send him
fireman.
that kit,
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll give him that probiotic. Wow. That did a job. Oh man, I didn't see this. Oh, I got to go outside. Son of a gun! I left the garage lights on outside. My floodlights. Oh shoots! I'll be right back, everybody. Oh, I don't believe
You
this.
better feed those gerbils a bit more food to get around a treadmill to generate a bit more power.
Yeah, I got my floodlights on. I got sensors all over the place, but I have also lights. Just you turn on and for parties. Oh man, I got them all over. Oh, never mind. I'll be right back.
All right, mate.
Mm.
So how's life then, Guru?
amazing,
It's good to hear.
wonderful. And so just the last point on that topic, maybe it's easy to see from that perspective, because that's where I'm coming from, that I applaud inflation. I'm excited about it. I'm happy for it. And the reason is because I think it was you who actually said something moments ago that concurs with this. It makes people be in a predicament where they don't have the cushy, lackadaisical room to just put things off for responsibilities. What do I need to take care of that for? That's what government is for, blah, blah, blah. I got TikTok twerk videos all day to pay attention to. Right? So as that keeps happening, no longer can people afford to have their irresponsible way of life. And maybe perhaps they come to terms with, if I want to eat tomorrow, I'm going to have to look for a real solution. This one ain't working out.
What I like it. The only thing I like, I think there's a positive view on inflation is that people. I'm big into recycling. People too much of a throwaway society. Oh, my laptop's slow. I'll go and buy a new one, or this isn't. I'll just go and buy a new one.
Yeah,
and
it's disgusting.
I don't like that kind of stuff. That disgusts me.
Mm-hmm.
I've done things. My wife said to me, "Why have you spent 3 days trying to fix that? Just tell them to get a new one." I said, "No." And I spent 3 days, and I can't charge them a lot of money, but it's better. I'm not no Greta Thunberg, trust me that, right? But it's just better for the planet. People just do not look after what they've got, and it's just things could be so much better. It's just all these landfill sites and things just getting chucked away. And I love when I go down to the tip. When I go down to the what we call a tip, the garbage place where you take down and throw away your old mattress or whatever. And I go down there, and the things that I go down there and come back with more stuff that I took down because I see people throwing away things. I think, I could fix that. I mean, somebody threw away, those Dyson Hoovers. The Dyson, it's a Hoover. One of these handheld ones. It's complete.
Oh, it's a vacuum. Okay, yeah.
The vacuum cleaner. I bought it at home. I put it on charge, and I still got it now. As I speak to you, I look at it, and I've had it for 2 years, and it's brilliant. It's really good. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I'm thinking, well, this was like £350, $350. What? And there's nothing wrong with it. Why didn't you throw it away? One man's loss is another man's gain.
That's again, that's all cause and effect, right? That's all the effect of how far can the lackadaisical bubble be pushed before it bursts, and that's really what it is, right? In the corporate world, you get to just have that throwaway without a care sort of mindset because it's not in front of your face, but the consequences are still there. They're just not directly right in front of your face. But again, back to the more self-sufficiency world, these lazy-minded individuals are probably going to take care of something a little bit better because it's going to be hardship for them to not do so. So again, it's all the stage of the construct that people are operating under. That's really the root of the problem. It promotes and enhances this dysfunctional way of life. And it even excuses it, right? Because people throw away the excuses. That's what we're doing when we say, oh, well, we can get away with this because it's legal. Who fucking cares if it's legal or not? We just fucking did something that caused harm to the environment and ourselves. That's toxic, but it's legal. You know, that's insanity. That's a psychopath's mindset.
I mean, things like where the gas prices of gas have gone up. I mean, dramatically, haven't they? I mean, when they tell us here in the United Kingdom that the cost of living has gone up by 10%, I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I know. Lies, and nothing but lies, of course.
I mean, so say like it's gone up. You know, it's gone up 100% for gas. It used to be
Actually,
last year was £1 a litre nearly. Now it's nearly £2. When I go get some food in the supermarkets, things that we bought before would be like 50 cents is now, you know, $1.20. That I don't have to be I don't have to get my abacus out to understand that that is lies, you know.
Yeah.
But on the good side of things, where the gas has gone up, now when somebody wants me to do some work, I get 3 or 4 people, and what I do is I hold them off instead of going out there and doing that job and coming home, and I do like a circuit. No, I haven't. I do like a circuit of, you know, like to do one job onto the next one, and so that I'm not wasting fuel. So it's got its positives. Hello, girls.
Actually, I said lies. Actually, that's a lie. They're actually telling the truth. But it's classic narcissism 101. What they're saying when they're saying inflation has gone up 10%, they're skipping out the end of the narrative there. What they mean is for them. It's gone up 10% for them. Well, it's gone up 70% for everybody else.
10% for them. Politicians, like in the United Kingdom, we got politicians that have a second home. Even though they could be, you know, they've got their own home, and then they've got the home closer to the Houses of Parliament, which they can claim everything for. I mean,
well, that's what I mean. They have the solution to that, and the solution is to charge everyone else even more taxes, right? So they got to bring it. We got to bring it down from 10 to 0 for us, you know.
And the money that gets spent. So one of them claimed on his expenses list for the heating for his horses in his stables.
Yeah,
that's a politician. Today I listened to the radio and they're saying about some of this money that we send. What do you call it? Aid in other countries, and they sent, I don't know, like, a few years ago they sent to Nigeria. Do you ever heard of a girl band called the Spice Girls?
Yes.
Remember that?
I remember. How could you forget, really, if you were there at the time?
Really wanna. And they sent 5 million English pounds to some girl band in Nigeria that wanted to be the 5 million pounds to a set of 5 girls that wanted to be the next Spice Girls in Nigeria to fund them. 5 million. How many incubators could that buy? How many you know, like homes built out of hemp could that have built? It's just, you just gotta wake up to the bullshit. I mean, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, look. I hold my hands up. I was guilty when I was younger. When I was younger, I had good money. I had a Maserati and all that kind of stuff. Money just came to me so easily for the work I did. And I don't know. You know, I buy my kids new phones and that, and they break the screens. I just go and get them another one and repair it, and this and that. And then one day I was up a ladder. It's freezing cold. I was installing a CCTV system at a business, and it's cold and wet. And I just thought to myself, fuck it. Hang on a minute, what am I doing?
Right.
What am I doing? So I came down that ladder and I said, I'll come home. And I told everyone, right, from now on, I work for a need, not for greed. If you break it, your problem. That's your problem, because it ain't getting replaced. I'm not killing myself no more. I just work for what we need. And yeah, oh, yeah. They're kind of like, you're not happy about it, but I feel happier.
Well, certainly you released some of the superficial attachments, so you felt freer, and you are freer with that. Let me take that even another step further and put this out there for people to chew on. Money itself is not a measure of wealth. It's a measure of insecurity and dependency.
This is true. If you don't mind me butting in, evening Eddie, if you don't mind me butting in for I lose the thread, is that this is what I got to say. When I was a kid, and I had nothing. That £5 or $5 I got, I could feed myself for the week because I needed to. I'd go and buy, low brand, low cost food. But when you make more money, you spend more money, and it's the way that you live. You could live. How do I explain this? Right. So when I was poor, I think I was more happier in some respects for what I got. All right, it wasn't a high quality steaks or a high quality this and that, but I survived. And when I had loads of money, you just you spend more, you put more pressure on yourself. You don't need all these things.
Yeah.
You do not need all these things. You can live
especially
happily.
When you're getting bombarded with advertisements left, right, and center all day long to make you think about those things to chase after, right?
The latest new TV is 4K, 8K.
Right. And neighbors pressuring you, oh, you don't have the new fence, you got to upgrade. Right. And then you even have regulations that make you in different city structures, if you don't upkeep your this and that, you're actually going to get fined and stuff. So now you even have more of a sense of a legal obligation, which is bullshit.
I mean, people like Hugh Hefner, and all his girls and everything. And how much did he take to the grave with him? You can't take nothing with you. People seem to forget that. All this, materialistic stuff. You cannot.
That's right.
You cannot take it with you.
Ownership is a man-made fallacy, nothing more. It's a man-made fallacy. Ownership itself, and it's an incredibly toxic, delusional ideology.
How you doing, Gannon?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Morning.
Doing good. They're kicking the shit out of me here, Eddie. I need your help.
It's okay. I'm taking notes. Hold on.
You can sue guys in America for defamation, can't you?
Yeah, you can. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
You have to pay for that cricket gun one way or another. Come on.
Wow. I can't believe I forgot the freaking lights. I had to go out. It's colder and shit out here.
It's all about the cricket stuff, Guru. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but in Sweden and Norway, they're trialing it with kids, young kids.
No way.
No way. Really?
Are you laughing because you know already, or are you laughing because you don't believe it?
Yeah, exactly. No, actually, that's the first I heard what you just said, but I refuse to deny or confirm if I have any financial participation in this venture or not.
I won't find it right now, but next time I come up, I'll prep the video. I'll share it on my Facebook so I can find it more easier. They've got into classrooms and they're giving kids like a pick and mix. Which one do you find? Do you like that one? Do you like that? They're actually trialing it in Sweden and Norway. The bugs, and the thing is, there's something on bugs shells. I cannot remember for the life of me what it is right now. It begins with C. Maybe Graham, my little oracle there, my phone friend who wants to be a millionaire might know. It begins with C, I think it is, and it's something that is harmful to human beings, DNA wise.
We're not made to eat bugs. We're not made to eat bugs. We're really not made to eat bugs. Really,
Chicilian or something it's called. Chicilian. It's something to do with a chemical, or not so much a chemical, but something to do with the shells of insects. That if you eat so many of them, it's harmful.
Yeah, it's what do they call it?
That makes sense.
Frosty said it before.
because
It's,
those.
Go on.
Sorry, no, it's just a lag. No, you finish. I don't mean to
Well,
interrupt.
no, I just
Go ahead.
remembered, doggone it. Frosty said something about that. Shellfish. People are allergic to shellfish, and that's part of the crickets. I have that skeleton, and people can be allergic to eating that stuff.
Yeah, it's something to do with bugs, and it's something to do with their DNA, something to do with their shell. There's something in their shell, not a vitamin or anything like that, just something very harmful towards humans if you eat too much of it. So I'll find it in the near future.
Maybe perhaps it's possibly that even though they'll be ground up and whatnot, there's those shells are like rock hard on some of them insects. You take a hammer or a rock or whatever and try and smash them, and they just look at you like, "Are you kidding me?" So perhaps some of them, when they're ground up and whatnot, they still have that sort of sturdiness and ruggedness intact when you ingest it, and perhaps the body has a hard time dealing with that and gets hurt by it.
Yeah, humans don't. We're not designed to eat. We're carnivorous. We don't eat things like that. Vegetarians maybe can get away with it a little bit.
I'm a long-running frutigore. No, actually, I'm a cannibal. Let's leave it at that.
You're not going to eat me.
I need to protect.
$40 if you want to eat me. Looking at your avatar right now.
That would make it an omnivore.
How's things in Ireland, Eddie?
Yeah, all good. How are you?
Oh, yeah, suffering like you, no doubt. in the United Kingdom, what a shit show. What's your Eddie? What's your refugee status? Not you personally, but what's it like over in Ireland, where you are for taking in these Calais from war-torn France? How are things going over there?
Well, I'm sure they've been let in on many occasions. Just bring them in. That's what our country says.
Are they putting them first before your own people that are homeless, that are in need?
Oh yeah, I mean there's over a half a million Irish people alone like that are homeless.
I know your rents as well. You're north, aren't you? Are you north?
I'd be directly in the city centre of Dublin.
Right then. And so I remember reading some articles over there that you get like 500 odd people roughly go to view one property to rent because it's so dire for housing over there. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, like I'd well believe it. It's I mean you're basically living in squalor. It's like I mean like elderly and like young children alike. It's like being made homeless.
It's just, yet if someone comes from another country, war-torn France, young fighting males, they get prioritised. What about your hotels over there, Eddie? Are your hotels being filled up with them as well? Like in England, all our 4- or 5-star hotels are being filled up.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard a few stories. All right, that they're like putting a few people up in the hotels. All right,
3 meals a day, warm, privately heated, privately
spoon-fed and dependent.
Yeah, yep. Brand new phones, all new phones for family reunification.
Yeah,
it's not right, is it?
No. What does American get? What does Ireland get? What does UK get? Canada get? The shaft. We get the bill.
We get taxed to feed them.
Yeah, right there, right. We get absolutely nothing.
Screw this corporation.
What's the general, Eddie? What's the general feeling there? Are people starting to rise up a little bit, and it's starting to be pushed to a tipping point now where they're going to say no more?
Well, I mean, this cost of living like protest
Yes,
at the
sir.
moment, like
Yeah.
it's actually encouraging, you know, like considering that people have had enough, you know. I mean, you take you take all the suicides versus all the COVID victims.
Kool-Aid.
Like, I mean,
Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid.
be rest assured, like there has been more suicides than there was Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disbelieve that one, because then mental health as well. There's no services for our people for mental health. The children on the streets, are you seeing a increase in rise in crime of young kids, 12, 13-year-olds stabbing people and stuff like that? Knife crime? Yeah. See, you too. You too as well.
There's a lot of looting as well.
Yeah. Gangs of kids going to stores and just raid them like they do in Philadelphia, and is it Philadelphia and places like that in America? And they just stand back and do nothing. There's no I don't know consequences for what they do. Sorry about depression on that, guys. The rest of one in his chat, but I just spoke to Eddie for a while and just want to get his perspective on where he is over there. Oh, hang on a second. That's the wife.
The bat phone answered.
Yeah, there's nothing depressing about this. The more inflation goes up, the more I can't sleep at night. I'm so excited.
Oh, speaking of the bat phone, like it was very sad to learn that Kevin Conroy, the voice of the animated Batman, was passed away.
Say that again.
Kevin Conroy. He passed away recently.
I have no idea who that is.
He was the animated Batman.
Oh, okay.
So a big show.
Still have no idea who he is.
Yeah, he was.
They killed him. Who killed him? What is he? An outspoken person or something?
He passed away at I think it was cancer or something.
Oh.
That reminds me. Do you guys probably Eddie doesn't know about it, but I told you about the story about when we went to the bar one time and we walked in and they kicked our friend out because he was in there before we were. About a week later, and he shit his pants at the bar stool, and he went to the bathroom and washed himself up and flushed his underwear in the toilet. And plugged
oh shit!
Plugged up the whole thing. Yeah, he was so drunk. You know, we didn't know this, so he tells us, "Let's go to this bar." We walk in, and all of a sudden the bartender looks at us and says, "You get the hell out." I'm pointing to myself. Me? He goes, "No, the guy behind you." Well, it was Joe Pye, we call him. And he says, "Yeah, he shit his pants, and we didn't know about it." And he flushed the toilet, water all over the place, right? So I guess the plumber came over to find out his shitty pants. Well, anyway, he died 3 days ago. I just found out. So he died of a car accident. I don't know whether he was drunk and he killed the passenger or killed the oncoming guy that hit him at the same time. I don't know what's going on yet, but he just died recently, I heard. So, but yeah, he was killed, and so was the guy that he hit, or the guy hit him. I don't know which one yet, but yeah, he died. So,
are you sure what wasn't a shirt?
What's that?
Are you sure it wasn't a shirt?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know what shirt. But what the guy thought was his underwear. Probably did look like a shirt when he got done with it. It was all stretched out.
As in, he shitted and farted at the same time.
Yeah, he was so drunk. I guess he thought he might have been a fart. And he shit his pants at the bar. He got up, dropped his underwear in the toilet, piped up the toilet water. That guy's a character. That guy was Joe Pye. He had a hard life though, but he was a pretty good guy when he wasn't drinking. But I hate to see anybody die like that, you know. He's too young. He got so drunk one time they picked his ass up on the ground and taped him to the tree. Yeah. Could get out of that one.
That's what I call waking up on the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm telling you. Oh yeah, nailed his cap on the tree so he could look up and see his cap on the above his head. Nailed. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the kind of friends I want to have.
You should have changed your name to Andy the Toad.
Oh my God. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, he died, and I feel sorry for the guy. I do, you know. But anyway, yeah.
Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are getting the same medicine we're getting over here. So, I mean, like Guru said, and I agree with him, you know, screw this government. It's just a fictional thing, you know, that we're raised up with. We believed in it, and it failed us, you know, and it's up to us to get out of this situation one way or another. And that's stop giving government money if you can. Get your kids out of school, try to teach them or take them to a private school, one of the two, where they get a good education. No?
No.
No private education.
Teach them yourselves. You're the parent. You're responsible. What do you want to do? What do you want to send your kids away to strangers for that you don't know in a place that you're not there to supervise? You're toddlers even, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you kidding me? This is lunacy.
Well, the problem is a lot of people, in my time, one parent could stay home and they could do that. Now it takes two people just to make a living anymore.
That's the corporate world. So there you go. You got to put it all together. You got to start learning to be self-sufficient so that you can do that, get off the dependency of the corporate world, which wants to make it so that you have to already from a young age depend on the state and the corporate world for everything, including taking care of your young ones. And what do? They set the stage to your young ones. They indoctrinate them, which is a soft word. Learn this. It's a soft word for abuse.
I'm back. Oops. Turn the mic.
Right, and then the other part. Okay, private or public, it doesn't matter. Take a look at the curriculum. They're not getting education anywhere. They're getting schooling. Those are opposites, right? You don't want your kids to be schooled. You want your kids to be educated.
Indoctrinized.
Right.
That's
and they're never going to get that when they're told to go somewhere to listen, told to shut up and blah, blah, blah. That's not education. Life itself is education. Experience is education. Cooperation, learning to work with each other. That's education.
100%. Oh, God.
Well, that sounded kind of cheeky.
I'm just going to state for the record, I think as of last summer, it was 17 years ago that I did a skip rock with my Nokia 5169 cell phone literally off a dock in an ocean. And I'm not kidding. That's a true story.
Really?
Yep. I haven't owned a cell phone since.
Boy, I'd like to do that. Well, I can't do it right now because I use my videos for that, you know, right now. But eventually it's gonna happen. You know me.
Are you on the cell phone now?
No, I'm on my laptop.
No, I'm talking about Mazda nudes.
No, I'm on another device, which I use for these purposes. But the primary reason is, at the very least, when I go out, I want to focus and enjoy what I'm doing. I don't want this device, you know. If it's important enough, if somebody wants to get a hold of me, they can send me an email. You know, I'll see it when I get home.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing just wouldn't shut up, right? And I was out there and I was taking a tea with me and going for a walk along the boardwalk. And I live by an ocean here, the Pacific. And I just wanted to go and, just kind of feel the ocean breeze and enjoy the waves with my tea and, just maybe reflect for a little bit. And just the thing wouldn't just shut up. It was just one after another. And I thought about it and I'm like, what the hell with this thing? I don't need it. And off it
Did you
went.
launch it into the sea?
Into the sea it went. That's right. So now some fishes are taking my my secretary calls for me.
Yeah, Charlie.
I know he has crabs.
Charlie to Judith said thank you. No, I mean everything you buy now it's got some sort of device to follow you. Everything.
Right.
And it's a damn shame. I mean, from your car to your cell phone, even your Alexa that hears you 24/7.
That's what happens. That's what happens when money is the primary focus. You see.
Yeah. Well, I had Alexis in my house until I found out they could hear you. I took every one of them out. I said, hell with this shit.
You see, the reason why they want to follow you so bad, they want to know everything about you. Do you think it's because they really care about, what color you're, whatever
knowledge
is, blah, blah,
power.
blah?
Knowledge is power. The more you
Knowledge
know about everything.
That's not it. The more
It is, because
the more they know, the more that they can sell your information and make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a knowledge thing. To know about everything. That's what I'm saying. Not knowledge as in how to fix a car or, how to make food. Knowledge is power. And the more you know, the more powerful you are.
Did you see what Graham said?
I smashed my own Nokia and what I have. That's all we're doing. Well, at the
I had to choke on that one. Wow. Everybody.
Oh, I hope it wasn't a 6630. They're worth £5,000. The Nokia 6630, I think it is. Because it's the only phone, the Nokia, they did something with it, right? And it's got a security flaw in it where you can fuck people's bank accounts. I know it sounds bizarre, but it's true.
Wow.
And you look on eBay, you get one coming on there. I mean, even like 5 years ago, £20,000, it'd be gone within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's another thing. They bring out all these things, technology-wise, banking stuff, but they race ahead of themselves before they implement proper security protocols.
Oh, yeah. Did you see PayPal? What they're doing? They're losing business like crazy.
Go on. Enlighten me.
Huh?
Right? Enlighten me.
PayPal's a gimmick. Well, they have a new rule out now, 2022. You know that incident over in Canada where the truckers are all together and all
the money.
PayPal's doing the same damn thing. If you anything over $600, they think it's suspicious. They can hold on to it for 21 days.
We hold on to your money anyway.
Oh, wait a second. I don't know what you're seeing there, but this is PayPal for the longest time has had a stipulation clause that they could hold on to your money for 6 months without telling you why, and at the end you may or may not get it back. That's been for the longest time now.
Really?
And I know countless amounts of people who had in the double digits and some of the sometimes triples who had just overnight in a blink of the eye because they were stupid enough to leave it in there,
So in other words, they're taking their money for 6 months and getting interest off it and giving it back to them.
Yeah.
And investing it, and the same thing that the banks do when they put a hold on your funds.
Say that. Yep.
It's been going on for years. Look, when you purchase something, or say like a direct debit goes out for a car insurance, but you didn't ask to renew it, and they keep the money for up to 2 or 3 weeks. They do that to, like 10,000 people. Think how much interest they get on that. It's an old scam.
Yeah, PayPal was actually the front runner prototype tester, and also the for that, and also the narrative setter to get people to get used to and accept that just happens as a norm in the society. They were the first ones to start that protocol in their what's it called? Their software. For the longest time. And they started out being the opposite, right? So again, another bait and switch. When PayPal first started out, it was just United States only. And I used to tag team with some people doing some business in the United States who had PayPal accounts because you couldn't get access to this anywhere else. And we were doing multinational country business, right? You couldn't get access to this. Literally cross state payments and in digital payments in the blink of an eye, and even at the time PayPal could accept fax checks internationally even. And there was no holds. There wasn't even any fees at the time. Nothing. That's how PayPal started.
Well, you know who started it, right?
Elon.
Yep.
Well,
That's
partly.
right.
He was
Yeah.
one of the partners.
Did he get out of it? Yeah. Mhm. He was one of them, but yeah, he's the one that started the idea, and he got other people involved in it.
Yeah. Sold it for billions, and that's part of where his funds went to invest in Tesla.
Hmm. That's exactly right. That's right. That's right. That's right. It's a money game scheme, mother freakers.
But he's won though, isn't he? He's done it. He's done it.
He's just a spokesperson.
Yeah.
He's another politician.
Wow.
And he's very good at it.
So I'm going to put you all in a situation now, life. So I'm busting here. It's either a commiseration or congratulation. Where would this one go? Number 6 was on the way.
Can you elaborate? I'm not sure what
I didn't either. I don't understand what. Yeah.
Well, it's either a commiseration or a congratulation, because number 6 is on the way.
Okay. What was the first word? That's a new word for me.
Commiseration.
Yeah. What does that mean?
You know, like when someone dies, you know, or something bad's happened to somebody, you give them your commiserations. You know, you feel sorry for them or saddened for their whatever's happened to them in life.
Okay,
God, I'll make it simple. I've got 5 kids.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, you got another coming on the way?
Oh, it looks like.
Give me the dumbed down 5-year-old version.
Like I said, looks like we got another one on the way.
What did you do? I turned my back and look what you did to me.
I know. She kicked me in the bullets when you had the chance and helped me.
Way to go, Wright. You missed it.
I did. God, I'm not doing my job.
At least someone's repopulating, you know, the Western England kind of population here to make. But yeah, God, I just, you know, my youngest is 4, my oldest is 22. It seems to be every 4 or 5 years we have another child.
Well, all I say there is quick get a stroller or a pram.
The trouble is, Eddie, I'm 56. My wife's 40. So it just, oh, goodness me.
So the libido is out the way, out the window.
Congratulations, Papa.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah. And I don't believe in that thing there where, you know, oh, you're pregnant, just go and take a tablet and get rid of it. I'm not into that. That goes against my beliefs.
Yeah.
You know, I am very Christian in my views and my ways in life, you know, human beings and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to happen. Oh, another.
Well, the next time you get in the mood, just give me a call and I'll keep you busy over here.
Oh, I don't know how that sound that. Guru, what do you reckon?
I'm broke. I can't pay him off, so you're on your own, buddy.
My goodness me.
I'll save you. I'll save you, UK.
If you point to my avatar, it might just distract long enough for you to make
Yeah, you know
your
what?
escape.
Well, I think that's what Rights has been watching.
I'll be over there pretty soon, so I can give you a kick in the
There
bollocks.
it is. I rest my case.
Oh, dear. I mean, I'm not worried to find out. Well, financially, I just opened a let up yesterday by mistake, and I just found another a debt that she hasn't told me about. £3,333 to the catalogue. Her bank account's £2,500 overdrawn, and some other things. And she's got me into trouble a few times. I mean, most of my wife, I've been with her for 25 years, but she's not savvy like I am. She's never had to work until just recently. So she doesn't really understand the value of money. I support the bastards, haven't I? All of them.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's hardly any value. Okay, carry on.
But anyway, it's just another mouth to feed, and I haven't got really a big problem with it. Kind of like sort of. I know I'm sadistic when I say this, but I'm quite excited in some respects. I don't know, making sure I leave my mark on the world.
Wow.
Literally.
You know what? I just looked up in the encyclopedia. Baby Maker, it had your picture on there. You know that, UK?
Pardon?
I says, I looked in the encyclopedia how to make babies, and it had your picture on there.
Fuck me again.
Says you're better than the rabbits are.
Mate, I mean, before my wife, I mean, I've got other kids as well, but shit, that's because I didn't have the Kool-Aid. I didn't have the Kool-Aid.
We're eating like rabbits.
Well, congratulations anyway, UK.
Thank you. I hope so.
Quick, get a pram.
God.
Congratulations, man.
Crazy times, but it is what it is. Like I said, I just look at it as being patriotic and restocking, our people in the West before it's completely overtaken.
You keep it up, you can have your own ball team.
Listen, mate, the only thing I'm dreading is when I'm on my deathbed and all the kids come to say goodbye. What a punch up that will be. You know what kids are like? That's my dad. No, it's my dad. But that's the only thing. That's the only thing I'm dreading. Sat there on my dying moments and all arguing. Anyway, how many kids you got?
Daddy,
Guru?
can I have 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Guru, I do believe you haven't got any children. Am I correct in that assumption?
That I procreated to make? No, I don't. I do not.
I could tell by your outlook on life and how calm and collective you are. You stand out a mile away. You stand a mile out. I could tell straight away. So I was correct, wasn't I? I could just tell by your calmness of your voice and that whatever, it's okay. Just carry on.
I'm still waiting for that first gray hair. Go figure.
Shoot. I'll tell you what, I found out. The fun making them, hell raising them. I quit.
Oh, how's Lady Jane? I haven't seen her for a while.
Oh, she's doing fine. She's going to be coming over here for Thanksgiving. We're going to have a big dinner. That's when I was out in the garage. I had to get some stuff, and I left the lights on outside. I don't believe I did that. But anyway, yeah. She's doing good. Doing real good.
Give her my love and my best regards.
I sure will.
She's a well brought up girl.
Yeah, we'll make sure that, both of them.
So your Thanksgiving, you can actually get a turkey because you got the bird flu. It's over there as well, isn't it?
We bought it last year.
What, the bird?
Yeah.
Where is it, in the backyard?
No, not the live bird. No, I'm talking about already stuffed and put away and was in the freezer, so we're all set. We knew this was going to come up with all this
taxidermist
food thing, when
that's a good one, Eddie.
Yeah, he threw me off.
That's quite funny. That was really
you say those all the time, Bill, don't you?
So,
When-
do you remember when we had the Kool-Aid, right? We had the shortage of toilet paper and pasta. So in England at the moment, I don't know if it's the same for you over there, Eddie.
That just says something. If you're
eggs.
that dependent on the corporations to wipe your own ass, then that's how shitty your problem is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Anyway, you know the 3 shells. Use the 3 shells. Anyway.
He's talking about the rough edges too.
My
The outside.
God, exactly.
Don't use the scoop. Use the other side. Yeah.
So now the fear factor in England at the moment is there's no eggs. You can't buy eggs. There's a short supply, and everyone and the supermarkets are reducing. You can only buy like 12 at a time or something like that, and they've got a price. Now the real reason why there's a shortage of eggs is nothing to do with this bird flu or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's
because
because
they keep flying out the truck and breaking.
it's because the grocery stores are offering to buy the eggs off the farmers. I think it is for something like £1.09. We can say that in dollars. It's on par now, isn't it? And but it costs the farmers about £1.29, £1.29 to produce the eggs. So they're undercutting the farmers. So the farmers are saying, "Well, fucking hell, what's the point of me making the eggs when you're giving me less than what it costs me to manufacture them?" As you say. So yeah, it's all these little fear factor things. They've always got to look at something to make us feel scared about. I mean, eggs are quite important, aren't they? Going so much food, and part of the stable diet, like bread and things like that. So, what's it like over there for you, Eddie? Have you got an egg shortage yet?
Thankfully not. Because we wouldn't be able to relieve our anxieties.
I mean, obviously, eggs have got to be kept away from me. I seem to fertilise them.
Well, I guess if there's no more eggs, there's no more chickens either.
and they say Alien was a fucking male. Or a female, let's say.
That's one of the biggest fast foods, isn't it? Chicken. I mean, you got the KFC, you got all these
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, chicken.
Schmicken, not chicken.
KFC.
Schmicken, yeah. It's
Schmicken and Schmeat.
Who we got here? Doyle. He. Okay, everybody's all set. Yeah, it's going to be a good year next year. I'll tell you, I can just feel it. It's going to be great.
I said this 2 years ago. Look. Just tell me something. Right? If you're running a business, right, you have a profit and loss. You work out what's going to be what, and the same thing with the way the governments and how they're running the world at the moment. It's like a game of chess. You don't just put your pawn and forward 2 spaces or space and think to yourself, hope for the best. You've got to work several, 10, 20, 40 moves ahead. And then you're telling me all these brain boxes, all these people that have paid all this money in governments and scientists that don't know what is like the outcome. It's like an insurance company.
Next thing you know, there isn't even enough time in the day to figure out your strategy. Never mind perform it.
That's one of the things that metaphors I use to people to try and wake them up. It's like a game of chess. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're controlling.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. They sure do.
Boxes into a corner.
And they design the game. They control the game. And they've been running that part of the narrative of the game for a very long time.
Which begs the questions, are aliens real? Because why would a human being do that to another human being?
Well, I certainly as hell am not part of the human species, so I think you have your answer.
I want nothing to do with these people. I really don't. I want to get out of it. This corporate game is not for me. They can have it themselves. Let them kill each other off.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. Those who want to eat dog shit, let them reap what they sow, right?
Yeah. Just I'll even give them the dog shit.
They can have it all, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All of
That's
it, right?
exactly.
Every
Yeah, but it's
last inch of it on the corporate grocery store, it's yours.
There's more choices out there. What it is, right? People at the moment, all they've ever been given for the past 30 odd years is either a pint of piss or a pint of shit. Which one goes down the easiest? Obviously, a pint of piss. But there's other alternatives. There's other ways to make things work.
That's
And
right.
it's very cleverly controlled. The choices that are given to people.
They
That's
want
it.
to control people. They do. They want to depopulate the American people, England people, everybody as much as they can.
Right. Well, what was it? Wednesday, I think apparently that we hit 8 billion rather. You know, the 8 billionth birth baby. It's more than that. There's loads of
You're wrong. 8,000,000,001.
oh, yeah. Well, you're a bit premature there. But your wife said that's always been a problem.
As if
She's
that
right.
number is accurate, because I'm not in that count. Understand?
All right, back to 8 billion. Damn.
I think it's
And
more
I-
than that, actually.
and I-
Because sorry, carry on.
That's okay. I'll just do real quick. And I personified at least 50 fictional entities. So there you go. That's at least 50 count in there that are in the imagination.
Like politicians.
Well,
Right.
part of this great reset is getting rid of the American people. Well, people in general, I should say, the
Well, it's
world.
not just American. Yeah, it's not just American people.
Kudos to you for catching yourself there. Right.
Mm,
There you go.
I caught myself. You're right.
Right?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Hey, but that's it, right? I planted the seed. Now it's up to you. You see it. So, and that's what it's all about, right?
And
It
should
might have
grow.
took a little bit of pushing through the fat man, but
Yeah.
so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But there you go. And
I can't. Go on.
and when you let it all go, you'll feel relieved, like you did just a minute ago. Let them have it all. That's the mindset. Free
Yeah.
yourselves. That's what freedom is, right?
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with the corporation. I don't. Now, when I found out what's going on, you know, the more I study, the more I start realizing it's all greed, power, and control. That's all it is. It's nothing else that they can offer me. Nothing. You know, they're just bullshit. That's what it is. Total bullshit.
And on the flip side, just like the rest of nature, everything you need is provided for by
Yeah.
design.
So,
Yeah, you're like, you know, what would make you think in a world when you see a dandelion that'd be healthy for you? Seriously, you know, I mean, I've looked at dandelions all my life. I never thought that thing would ever be healthy. I thought it was a
Right.
weed. You know, seriously.
They told us when I was in grade 2 or 3, when we went to the fields. There's lots of fields in the prairies in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, middle of Canada, right? Lots of flat fields everywhere where dandelions just grow abundant. So we would go to these little events, outings out in those fields every year, and the teachers taught us that those dandelions are weeds, that the milk inside them is cancerous.
Wow.
So I believed it. And when I found out that this thing is not only the opposite, it's a carcinogenic preventative weed, and then ate it just to see what the benefits were. Oh my God, that's probably the number one easiest way for an individual to have a wake-up call of how far from reality the corporate world is and teaching you the lies and the bullshit, just by ingesting dandelion in a fruit salad for a week straight, you know.
so you heard that story about the politician that made a Faustian deal, didn't you?
No.
Yeah, basically he like the devil came to visit him there one day, and he says, well, I'll give you two options, right? you can either go to heaven or hell. So he says, I'll try hell first, see how that goes. And he says, so he goes to hell, and like he learns that there's beautiful meadows and this that you're and he says oh, this is the place for me. Like it's like it, like I mean it's so beautiful here, like you know. So it says the devil gave him the other option and says like and he didn't like that, like it was like it was like that, like heaven didn't do it for him, you know. So send me that back down to hell, and he says, so right enough he did, and it was a different setting. It was basically like mortar. It was like the natural, like it was mortar, it was fire, it was hell and brimstone, all that. Says what happened to the previous like what happened to the previous setting, like that was happened, and the devil pretty much said to him, well, you gave the people the vote, so we're giving you the vote of hell, and now you're going to stay there. Like that particular story kind of makes me feel good, because it just goes to show you that like the decisions that people have to make, like a teacher basically taught the politician a lesson in humility, shall we say.
That reminds me of one.
I got to jump out for a little while. I'm not being rude. I don't want to just like jump out and you think, where the fuck's he gone? But I've got to jump out for a little while, go have some food, but I'll be back. No doubt you'll still be here at 7 o'clock in the morning, but I'll be back soon.
It's gonna cost you. How you doing, Bobby? Crush, what's going on? We can't vote our way out of this.
I'll come out of this and I'll come back. I've got the stream, the link open on the page. See you in a little while, guys. See you in a little while.
Hey, straight to the kitchen, no bedroom.
No, she's working, isn't she? She's
okay.
Pay off her credit cards.
I'm making sure I'm doing my job this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dad. See you in a little while. See you in a minute. Bye.
Okay.
Take care.
You should have said
it's basically
I repeat, straight to the kitchen, no straight to the no bedroom. Sorry, go ahead.
It's basically like the scorpion on the fox, you know. Like why you sting me, you know?
Doggone, I just ready to say that. You beat me to it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't fun. I always call it as a turtle, but go on, say it. Go on.
Bobby says in the chat there, we can't vote our way out of this. The ballot box is dead. Even if it wasn't, it's the ideology that you can vote your way out of this is the recognition that an individual still doesn't recognize the root of the problem. That it doesn't matter who would be in what position or what not. That it's not the foundational root of the problem is not even the people in any positions. It's the system and the construct itself and the participation in it at all. So, and then some people, they're like, well, okay, I want to try and fix the system. So that's the last bait scam to go. When you figure it all out, you realize that there's nothing to fix because nature is already the perfect system in place for us. All we have to do is coincide with it and work in harmony and cooperation alongside of it. Any attempt to do anything otherwise can only be an imperfect system and construct that will lead to a self-destructive state.
You know what would be a good idea? People, use your imagination right now. And I can kick myself in the rear for this. In the 40s and the 50s, I was born in the 50s. People were a lot easier going, more friendly, more neighborly. But they had this in mind when they did this. And my grandfather did it every summer. Did a garden. He had fruit trees. He had plums, pears, apples, and he was self-sufficient. Every fall, my grandma would can tomatoes, everything else she could do, and put it in a shelving and have it. It was a simple process. They didn't rely on government because she used to tell me about the Great Depression in the 1929s and everything else.
Yeah.
They didn't put their money in the bank.
And there you go. So it's not like even what's happening right now is something new. We've already seen this movie before. How many times do we have to repeat it again before we figure it out, you know?
Yeah, the government they're just shafting us. We're getting so domesticated just going to the store and getting food. It's unreal. I mean,
Even
we
potty
gotta-
trained. Everything about the way of life is domesticated.
Yep.
The way people talk, the way people interact with each other, the way people do these ritualistic practices, completely oblivious that they're ritualists. This is your Christmas, your Thanksgiving, your Remembrance Day, your July 1st, your July 4th, your this and that, your Victoria Day. The way that you celebrate, we have to dress up, we have to pretend we're something that we're not, we have to pretend that our family in here doesn't have any problems, and on and on and on and on and on. It's all domestication, right?
When I see this doggone hypnotizing YouTube, they have the big ordeal with the Veterans Day. Oh, on the Veterans Day, we're going to honor the Veterans Day. And they get the old people and the young people, and I give them credit for that. But they're not solving the root of the problem.
Yeah, it's just
VA
perpetuating the
hospitals,
facade.
exactly. They're hiding it. They're hiding the
Yeah.
truth, is what they're doing. And he's right. It's bullshit. It's a smoke and mirrors. America's wonderful, just to get us going again. It's bullshit. It's what it
Right.
is.
Right,
You think I'd go back in the military? Hell no.
right.
It's ridiculous. And Christmas time is supposed to be, in my time, was for Christ. To thank
It's
that he's born. But hold on. But now it's all commercialized. You don't see anything. Buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that. And it's just ridiculous. Go on,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You don't need to apologize. It was me. It's just a lag. Sometimes I don't know when you're finished.
I do
Over the
same thing to
internet.
you.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll send you a bill for that too.
Go on, I'm sorry. Go on and talk.
It reminds me of you ever watch Charlie Brown?
Yeah.
When Charlie Brown, his what's his most infamous saga with Lucy? What's the biggest part of his interaction with Lucy that you remember?
Oh, God, I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched that. Oh, man.
It's the classic part about this cartoon.
Help me out, Gannon.
Yeah, did you ever watch that, Eddie? Charlie Brown?
I vaguely remember actually.
Okay, well, maybe I'll jog your memory when you hear it. Do you remember when she used to hold the football for him?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. And she move it.
Right. Did she ever let him kick it?
No.
No, she didn't.
But what did Charlie Brown do time after time again?
Kept doing it.
He
Trying to
kept
kick
going back for more,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Trusting her. Yep.
That's your corporate slave. Begging for more while they get their asses handed to them.
Wow.
In complete denial that it's going to happen. No, this time it's a good election. This time it's good. This time we're going to make a difference. This time. There is no this time. Stop trying to kick the fucking football. It's not going to happen. And even if you did kick the football, it wouldn't change anything. Because it's the pursuit. That's the root of the problem. To think that that's going to solve anything. It's the pursuit itself. That is why nothing gets solved. Because an individual is too wrapped up in the pursuit, chasing rainbows, instead of actually solving it. You see?
And actually dealing with it yourself.
Right.
Doing something
Settling settling for an imaginatory idea of how to solve it, neglecting that it's that pursuit that is why it's not solved. As if, and again, it's because of the neglect that it's from the self, from the get-go, not taking responsibility holistically. That is the root of the problem. But if we don't identify that and self-reflect on that, then we will continue to play the blame game. And while we play the blame game, we will continue to play Lucy and Charlie Brown and not get any. And that's what they want. Because the longer an individual takes playing the blame game, the more they gotcha. Sucking every penny out of it while you come back and beg for more. Whether you're oblivious to that or not, doesn't change the consequence for yourself, because nature doesn't forgive ignorance. That's the truth behind this thing when we say ignorance is no excuse to the law. It's not ignorance is no excuse to man-made legal fictional bullshit. We see that they're excused all the time, you know. Look at cops with their qualified immunity, just as one example. Okay? What it really means is ignorance is no excuse to the law of nature. A baby sticks his scissors in the light socket. Nature doesn't go, well, just because you're ignorant and naive child, you don't have to, we'll give you a get out of jail free pass. You don't have to bear the consequences of that. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Absolutely. The consequence stays the same. So if we see that the consequence is happening to us, if we don't do anything about our own personal responsibility towards why that happened, we will continue to reap what we sow, and to continue expecting a different result to happen, doing the same thing over and over again, is the very definition of insanity. So what the hell are we doing perpetuating our own insanity for?
I can see what I've based on my life is that the government's going to keep taking off of people more and more and more. Get off the grid, people. Get off the government's back. Get away from these people. If you can do it, do it. Please do it. I mean, I'm the person that can really tell you what's going on in life. That you know, I did everything right, and I can see this. I've seen it with my grandparents, my dad, and I can see it with me now. If you can get off the grid, do it. I'm seriously, get away from the government. They ain't worth shit. All they're there is for themselves, and that is it. And it's going to get worse. And you can see how well right now it's going to happen to us. You know, this election that happened in 2020 was done purposely. Why this guy was in the basement, not even campaigning, and won. There's something wrong here, and it was done purposely, just so he could do what he's doing now. This guy's cognitive is just not even there. He's just doing it. He doesn't know what he's doing, why he's doing it. He's just doing it. And Graham, how do you know all these answers all the time before we do? I don't know how he does that. I really don't know. He had it up there before we even thought of. Well, never mind. It amazes me. The Christmas items are on the shop shelves first week. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm sick of it. Yeah, I am too.
That's because Christmas is an awesome way to clear out the inventory of the year before starting the new one. That's what it's all about. It's all about money and distraction, you know?
Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm just sick of it. Yeah, I really am. And if they come up with that CBDC, we're all screwed. Because now the government's going to take your money, put it in a central bank, and the only way you can do a transaction is by your phone, and eventually they're going to put a chip in your hand. You know, and if they decide to take off, not even do a transaction, they'll just cut you off permanently.
Right.
Now you have no source of income, nothing.
So if we see the writing on the wall with this, which is inevitable, and of course that has been their agenda plan all this time, then the only logical thing to do would be, while there's still time, do everything that one can for themselves to not be in such a slam dunk predicament when they decide to roll that out for everybody, you know, because at such a point if you're not prepared and ready and you're already self-sufficient enough at least, then you're going to have to come and make a choice perhaps in a very tough predicament scenario. Do I want to eat and feed my family today and sacrifice myself by getting this chip in my wrist or head or whatever it is, just like the Jabba Dabba Doo? Or do we just take a dive bomb, and even though we don't have the experience yet, we go and try our luck and figure out how to grow something so we can feed ourselves without much experience yet, you know? And so at the very least, of course, that's the attempt to have the project set and ready for people between now and then, of course. But, it's still the inevitability for some individuals is they're going to come to terms with that crossroads because they didn't take responsibility for themselves in time fast enough. That's just the way it is.
Now, when I got hit by a car walking across the street, I thought that the government, under contract, being that I'm an honorable discharged person, that I would get good medical care. Now, I'm not working because I got hurt. Can't make an income. So my wife, she needed insurance. So I definitely got insurance for her, but not for me, figuring that the VA hospital would take care of me. Well, it didn't work out that way. But what did work out right, my wife, God bless her, she had medical on her when she received cancer. And thank God we got it early. And the bill was astronomical, even though I paid for good insurance. But I had to figure out what I could do to help her out, so I did. Now, I can't afford insurance, so I'm stuck with VA, and they're not going to do a damn thing for me, and I know this. So I'm expected to die anything that goes on. I mean, seriously. And I have it in my head, it's going to happen. But this is the kind of shit that this government gives people, an alternative. And this is what's going to happen with your food, gasoline, heat, or whatever. They're not going to give you any alternative other than the fact that get away from the government or you're going to die. That's the alternative that's going to happen because they don't give a shit about you. They're happy where they're at. They're the masters of you. When you vote, like George Carlin said, why would you vote? All you're doing is just getting a person in there to be your master. And it's true. They ain't worth shit. They promise you everything and do nothing for you. It's a game. Get off the freaking ride and go and get off the grid.
And it's by default, just objectively looking at reality and the way the construct of nature is from a default perspective. That means without human systematic ideology and all that, just the way that it functions. You are born with the self-obligatory responsibility to take care of yourself. Nobody else is born with an obligation of that sort for anybody else. If that was the case when somebody else chose not to eat and they went hungry, then something would happen to you. That would be, there would be a consequence naturally for you, and there's not. That means we must be real with ourselves about that, or because nature gives us the opportunity to ignore and neglect if we so want. We can do that, as so many people have, all day long if you want, but one thing that you'll never be able to escape because it's ingrained and built in to the construct itself. It's this big capital C word called consequence. And you can ignore the consequence if you want as well all day long. That will only perpetuate more consequences as well. Everything you choose has a consequence to go along with it. So it would be wise to be wise and objectively look at the results of things without an indoctrinated view, without a jaded view. Take off the glasses and just look at things as they are for what they are, and then align with that truth and align with that reality and see what happens instead of going in the diluted direction, like so many other people, on the path of stupidity instead of the path of self-determination. I don't care how many millions of people are walking on the stupid path and didn't see the cliff that they just walked off. I'm not going down that path. I'm not. I have no fear to reject that stupidity and have no sympathy for stupid either. I'm going down the other path, the path of wisdom and intelligence, and listening to that and enjoying the fruits from those decisions.
And there's another deal too. A lot of you people really don't realize this, but maybe you do. I don't know. I know Graham does. He knows everything. That guy. Anyway, our monetary, our money, our fiat money is not backed by gold anymore. We don't have the gold to back up our money. So when they start with the CBDC, they're going to say, "Oh, this is great." I mean, you know, just a wave of the phone there, and wow, instantly get paid, and you know, all your corporations are getting involved in this because they can get paid that day instead of waiting 2 or 3 days. But what I'm trying to get to the point here is that if this money of ours has no value at all, seriously, because it's not backed by gold, no tangible gold, what's the difference in if they go with CBDC compared to the money? Where they're going to say, well, the money's dirty. You know, you won't get robbed. No, it's just that once you get into that CBDC, it's all control.
You won't
And the
get
money's
robbed
still-
except by them.
Yeah, thank you, Guru. Yeah, you're right. You won't get robbed about them. Yeah, and they'll make an excuse. Oh, a hacker came in and took all the money. Meanwhile, they're
Right.
counting the money. Yeah, oh yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah, because that is a hack.
Yeah.
That's what people aren't seeing, is that the system itself is a hack already. I just want to say one thing too about even the gold thing.
You're right, Bobby. You're right. Huh. Go on. I'm sorry.
You know, even that, like, value is nothing more than a perception. Even with gold. Now, of course, gold has use cases, just like any other materials. But does that mean it's necessary for a form of trade and currency? No, it's not. I submit that the very notion of having to function in that way is an uncooperative way of functioning because it's not necessary with nature. The only thing we need to do is let go of the ideology that we need some sort of an interventionary middle part of the equation there. That was another bait scam from the get-go to get people to start to become dependent on something that they never needed, that there is no dependency on. There's not a requirement for it, for any kind of middle dependency. The only thing we really need to do is make decisions moment to moment as to whether or not we're going to cooperate in a certain function or not. We don't need money to do that. Every one of us has examples of that every day, just in our daily functions. I don't know about you, but when I make a dinner for somebody, I don't charge them for it. When I invite somebody in my house, there really is no, cover charge to get into my house. That's all cooperation, you see?
Yeah.
And
And
we
I
can
just-
do that for everything, and I've lived amongst people who do that for everything, and let me tell you, you don't know freedom until you start to do that.
Don't believe him, folks. He's trying to charge me for being up here.
Yeah, I was really just it was a brainstorm. I was giving myself ideas for how I can start up more ventures. So right when you come over, it's $10.
I mean, help me out, Gannon. Here, talk on it. There you're laughing. He's laughing.
Don't
Yeah.
put me into this.
$10 an hour.
Oh, there he goes again, laughing again. I heard that. Twitter with Elon Musk. Everybody
I'm
knows.
taking those too,
You're rotten, dude. You're rotten. I thought you were my friend. No cricket come for you. Twitter. Elon Musk bought Twitter, and these kids apparently who were working at Twitter were having a good time. They would have their own game machine they'd play, pinball machine, and they're just doing whatever they wanted to do, you know. I mean, they were doing their job, but they didn't care. They were socialist kids, you know. Elon Musk, as of yesterday, told them, hey, you know, you're going to have to work a lot harder, more hours. And these kids are quitting. They don't want to work. They were too.
You heard what he's doing to YouTubers, didn't you?
What's that? What he said? Say it again.
He's basically giving the YouTubers 10% more than like if you're cool enough, come over to Twitter, and we give you an extra 10%.
Wow, and they still don't want to work. Are you kidding me?
That's the YouTubers now.
Oh, the YouTubers, not the Twitter. Okay, all right, I got you. Okay, I got you. So they'll probably get the same technique before Elon Musk got in there. Have their own pinball machine, games, game room, and everything. Okay, I got you. So they were spoiled, and they were all socialist people who didn't want us to speak the truth. It's a game, and now they're going after Elon Musk. You see that the government is because of this.
That's all just a dog and pony show.
You think it is? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't make it to that point without being in the club. He's a part of it.
Wow, that's a hell of a scam.
They have to have controlled opposition at all times to give the illusion of legitimacy, right? Otherwise, if it's just all outright fuckery and nothing else, people will see through the scam too easily, and it won't hold to function for very long. So they have to give a little bit of false hope here and there so that people have something to hang on to and be distracted by.
That makes sense. That does. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's always something on TV. Always. It's not the actual truth. You know what I mean? Blah blah. Did this. We got.
And you know the good thing about crypto and Bitcoin is it's actually illegal over here.
That just means it's worth more than.
Damn, get ready. I'm going to Ireland. You're in deep trouble now, Gannon. Move over.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm moving over there.
Yeah. Shoot. Oh, I'd love this vision of my ancestors over there. I really would.
Yeah, the elitists like to do that. They illegal just means threat to the establishment.
Because the thing about that is, I mean, it doesn't matter where you go or who you run into or whatever. Like you're always going to be treated the same.
That's for sure. Actually, sorry, illegal either means threat to the establishment or very profitable for the establishment while it's illegal, or both.
Yeah,
one of the two.
I see why Graham does what he does. I always have a notebook and pen. You're going to have a test on this tomorrow, Graham. You know this. You will have a test on this tomorrow.
Oh, you always have the pen. It's a blankety blank shape-looking pen. So
Let me bring back to the earlier point discussion there and see if you're catching what I was saying about the gold and whatnot. Does it make sense when I said that value is nothing but a perceptual thing?
I agree.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. So does it make sense too that any form of like interjectory tool for function in regards to a currency, no matter what it is an unnecessary evil?
No.
An unnecessary evil? No.
Right. So you guys are under the belief that it's a necessary evil to have some kind of a currency.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll vote for that.
Okay, so that means that you haven't.
Currency isn't everything.
Okay, no. What I'm saying, corn seed. Currency.
Currency.
Oh, currency is anything. Okay.
It's just how I talk. Sorry.
Right. So now that's why I wanted to use that other example. When you go out to nature and pick an apple off the tree, did you need any form of currency to get that?
No.
Okay. And if I came by and you said, here, have an apple, I just picked a couple off the tree, did you need any currency for that?
No.
No.
And if I said, oh, thank you very much, why don't you come over to my house? I got some herbs growing in the garden. I'll give you some tea. Did I need any currency for that?
No.
No.
Do you think it's possible to take those small scale examples and now place them on every single part of function holistically?
No.
You don't think it's possible to do that?
Could be.
Where would you see that it wouldn't be possible to do that?
Now it's your turn.
I put myself in it, didn't I?
Sweat, baby, sweat.
In the store, I guess. I don't know.
It's okay. The hot seat, it only goes up to 20 degrees.
In the start, I guess.
It's a it's a fair position to take. The honesty of not being able to see that. So, of course, the point of me putting that fourth cross is to convey information that I already realize is missing for individuals. My objective is to do that effectively. So the reason why I asked that question is to see through your eyes. I already see through my eyes. I know what I see from experience.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested in me right now. I'm interested in seeing through Eddie's eyes and Wright's eyes to see what you're seeing, so that I know what pair of glasses to give you, so you can straighten your cross
see it.
eyes.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, why would you need anything when you have everything for free? Abundance of it.
Great. So that's one way of looking at it. But Eddie had expressed when I took it from a level of just a couple simple small scale examples and tried to scale it up to, from there, kind of a jump to a holistic picture, that he expressed that he couldn't see that. So there's something in between there that I want to see from Eddie's eyes that is some kind of a blocker from seeing that actually being carried out. So what is it, Eddie? What do you see that would make it so that from a holistic perspective wouldn't be possible or plausible to do that?
Well, basically, if you I mean, there's a lot of uncertainties out there, like that has been unexplored, and like it's like you said before about like coming out of the corporate mindset, and thinking more natural, like instead of seeing it from a store point of view to a natural point of view. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense, but that's
yeah, it's making sense. I'm not sure if you're finished though. Go ahead.
Like, I mean, I'm trying to free my thought of the corporate mindset,
right?
Instead of like staying in that downward spiral, I'd rather like make steps to improve like everything naturally.
Absolutely. Maybe I need to reiterate the words of my question for it to make more sense then. What I was doing is taking you from the small scale, giving you little examples with like the tea and the apple thing. Yeah. And what I was doing is taking you from that as being sort of the little sort of preliminary steps as examples, and putting forth across the notion that if it can be done with those things as examples, then it means that it's possible to do that with anything.
Yeah.
Right? So if that's possible, can you see that I'm not saying overnight or anything like that. I'm simply the question is straightforward, the possibility of it. Can you see the possibility of it as being a viable thing?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the question is, right? So, okay, so with that being said, then it becomes a matter of what you just said secondary a moment ago, which is identifying with ourselves what it is that we're attached to, our ideologies and our way of functioning in the corporate world and stuff like that, and then learning what those steps are to actually detach ourselves from. And it can be those small baby steps. That's why I talk in those little baby steps. You know, there's a lot of little things that people can do preliminary to start getting used to that way of functioning consciously instead of passively, until such a point where they're totally all out self-sufficient and no longer dependent on that. I'm speaking testimonial because that's actually the exact walk that I took to actually achieve that, and then took it even further, going on an expedition worldwide to find other people who had done the same thing and coexist with them.
Yeah.
So, and it's, go ahead.
Go on. No one. Oh, I thought you were done. Go on.
I was just going to say it was an amazing discovery, actually. One of the most profound discoveries, to not just the discovery of it myself, but to actually find other people who had long been, before I even thought of such a thing, already been well established and not raised in an indoctrinative corporate system.
Yeah.
Functioning and thriving, you know.
You see, I mean, you've 20 years experience, but I've only 5, so like it's a long ways to catch up, you know.
It certainly can be, but it's not a race, you know, or anything like that. You got to.
Oh, I know, yeah.
But at the same token, you know, and it's a balance for me. You know, I never want to be pushy with any of this because that's detrimental, and I'm just not interested in that. But
it makes a lot of people like neglect it. Then, like if you're not, like that way of thinking, you know.
Well, and you know, truth be told, it's very important for everybody to understand where things are at in the corporate agenda world when it comes to this genocide. And if it's kind of a rock and a hard place for me too, in that sense, where I kind of got to yell a little bit louder at this point because we're so close to kind of the tsunami at the beach here. So I'm kind of like, well, there's still a little bit of time left, yelling a little bit louder than I probably would have 10 years ago. When there was more time to afford to be gentle in the scenario, you know. But here we are, we're literally like meters away from that tsunami hitting the beach. And, you know, while there's still time left, I'm kind of yelling a little bit louder so that people have a better chance to get off the beach and getting their asses handed to them. And not get caught up in it myself, right? I got to get off the beach too.
Well, I think Bill Shatner said it best, like, because I mean, you know, his long rivalry with Mr. George Takei. He was like he basically says, I mean, what is the point of all this bitterness for over 60 years, you know? Like, I mean, he's 90 years of age, and I'm like, he's still getting slated by George Takei. Like,
can you repeat? Your accent is pretty deep, pretty fountain. What was the quote that you're saying that he said?
Like Bill Shatner, he was like, as you know, he had a 60-year rivalry with George Takei.
I'm unfamiliar with any of this. I don't know if this is mainstream media type stuff, I'm assuming.
No, it's I mean, like it's actually in certain reports, you know, like I mean, there was a recent report there. Like was actually given out today about the like the rivalry, like the bitter argument of like one incident that like I mean you know I assume you know who Bill Shatner is, like William Shatner.
Actually, the name sort of rings a bell, but
Yeah,
that's about it. That's about it at the moment.
he's Captain James T. Kirk of Star Trek. But anyway,
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, a lot of these like movies and whatnot, I really haven't watched.
yeah, it's been well documented anyway that he's had a bit of rivalry like between George Takei, which was actually like Captain Sulu.
Okay.
He's talking about Star Trek.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's just like, I mean, why? Like, I mean, like he was basically asking the question, like, why would you continue, like, from one incident about one, like something that fueled like an argument of 60 years, you know, like why would you continue 60 years of an argument instead of just saying, well, you know, like I mean, let bygones be bygones, and let's like work on a possible friendship, you know.
Oh yeah, I see. So there was a rivalry of some sort. That's what you're saying, and
yeah,
for 60 years, yeah. Yeah.
And it was just of one incident as well, so.
Yeah, well, that's the part of the
like I mean, like the point is like I mean, like Bill Shatner is so divisive, but like George Takei is more corporate.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You get where I'm going.
I see.
I would like to say something here myself that I just so I don't
No,
forget.
you wait your turn. You don't pay your bills.
I got both hands rising. Honestly, yeah.
We'll give you the floor. We'll be generous. You got 3 seconds. Go.
Okay. And goodbye. It's a con job for us American people. For instance, the Enron company that bellied up. And then you have the 401k plan. Oh my God, you got to start a 401k plan for your retirement. Yes, sir. You put money in that 401k plan and your company will match the difference. Bang. It went down to hell. You know, that's another government scenario. Or how about the banks? Oh, the banks are broke. We got to bail them out. We got to bail them out so bad. Oh my goodness sakes, our America's going to go down to hell.
We put digital digits of imaginary currency at whim as much as we want with no limitations, but we're broke.
We're broke. Oh yeah, got to bail them out, you taxpayers. Don't worry about it. You won't eat much, but we'll get them banks going and make them rich. You know, get them fatter. You know, wow. You know, or it's just one thing or another one. This FTX, that guy. What's his name? Sam Blackman-Fried, who took all that currency. He's in the Bahamas right now, hiding. They got special agents over there, and they're not doing a damn thing about it. Now, if that be me and you stealing that, we'd be going to jail. But apparently what he was doing, he's buying out Democrats, you know, selling them out, giving them money for this, giving money for that. And now the Bitcoin or whatever, the crypto that he had is totally gone. It's wiped out. You know, another big con job, you know. And I'm not talking about millions. I'm talking about billions that he did. This is all just a facade. You know, it's a fake. It ain't worth a shit. These people. You know, they never get corrected. They never get punished. And this deal with Biden, you know, him and his son, Hunter Biden, you know, with all the human trafficking and drugs and everything else, he's going to get away with it. So will Biden. You know, the least they're going to do to him is kick him out of freaking office, and he's going to retire, and nothing's going to happen to the guy. You know what I mean? There's no accountability, but yet they spend millions on this to go to court and everything else. But it's just a big game. It is. It's just a money making scheme. Look at Ukraine. Go on.
Again, the fault game, though. Accountability has to start when we point the finger to ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, we can't stop them from doing it, but we sure the hell can get out of there.
That's right. And we what we can do is we can stop empowering them by seceding.
Yeah.
Right? Because again, it's our participation is synonymous with avocation. And avocation is synonymous with voting. When you participate, you advocate and you vote. You're saying it's okay, I want this.
Yeah, I want to get screwed. Yeah.
Right. You know, so that's, if we want accountability, we got to start with ourselves. And there's no, justice is a fallacy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Justice is a fallacy. And it's that's another distractionary pursuit. Rather than that, again, instead of focusing on justice, we focus on accountability and responsibility. And then we don't need something, we don't need to think about justice because we already solved the problem.
Well, I'll tell you something else that people never thought about. Or maybe they did and didn't think about it that hard. But look at all your government workers. They get the best of everything. Dental, eyeglasses, you know, best medical, you know, they get catered, they get everything, you know, they get everything. Okay, in the government. This is why people don't want to do the whistleblower, because they don't want to lose this plus job. Your cops, same way. They get everything. They got the unions and everything else to back them up. You know, oh, I feel sorry for the, screw the cops. The people who's getting screwed out of the deal is the military. The military don't get shit. Seriously, they don't get all this wonderful plush things. And I know this for a fact.
Any of those things, here's the reality though. Those things that any of them get are still also not things that you really want anyways. They're superficial things.
But
and
I'm just saying. Go on.
No, but to help you realize that you don't want those things, so you don't need to worry about that. Again, let them have the shit. It's back to that, right? Let them have it all, and what you can do is you can have the real shit. You can have it better. You can have the real stuff, right? That's really what you want to when you pursue, anyways.
Well, I was going to say is if they were smart, they wouldn't go in the military at all. They wouldn't do anything. But yeah, you're right.
And same thing with the people going in the other fields. You know, smart, intelligent people don't go into the corporate world. Smart, intelligent people don't pursue politics. Smart, intelligent people don't go into man-made legality fields. Smart, intelligent people don't do any of that stuff. Smart, intelligent people figure out how to function with all that bullshit.
You know what amazes me, Guru? I mean, since me and you talk, like I said, I don't sleep at night. My mind's always racing. I don't know how these son of a bitches in government, and I'll say that, son of a bitches, how they can sleep at nights, honestly, for what they have done, what they're doing. They have, it's just amazing.
Drugs.
It's got to be something, because
high quality drugs, you know, heroin.
Wow.
Whatever. Yeah. I mean, you're right. They are very much, you know, it might look like on the surface that these people are, you know, elites or whatever. But you go out in the street and put a suit and tie on a bum after you gave him a shower, and you can put him on a podium as long as he knows how to read a teleprompter and give him cocaine in between sessions, and he'll do just fine.
Oh, I got to tell you something. This is hilarious. Good thing I got good eyesight. Driving, going to get some groceries. Okay, this happened like 2 days ago. Guy's out there in the street, you know, asked for money. This son of a gun was dressed better than I was. Better teeth. I'm like, what the you know, homeless, need money. Give me as much as you can get. I'm like, what the The guy comes up to me and I says, nice coat, nice Warner winter coat you have there, you know? Oh, yeah, well, thank you. You know, and he's shaking his little jar there, you know, and this is nice shoes too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I drove off. That sucker was better dressed than I was. I couldn't believe it. A con job is what it was.
When I took a dive and took a risk and to get out of an abusive situation in my mid-20s, early mid-20s. It's a long story behind that, but I wasn't in a good situation with somebody. And it was so bad that I said to myself, fuck, being on the streets is, without a pot to piss in is going to be better than this, so that's what I did. I left and all I had was a van. And I stayed in the van and I learned how to squeegee. And that's actually where some of the foundational starts of freedom started for me, some of it. And I learned how to squeegee. And let me tell you, this is, what am I, 46 now, so I'd be about 22, 23 years ago when I did this. I was making some hours, average of 50 to 100 an hour as a squeegee kid. Sometimes I would get a 50 thrown at me. You know, so,
wow.
And that's back then, you know, we're talking, that's like $300-400 an hour in today's economy, you know, so.
I gotta tell you something about that. When I come out of the service, I took a vacation and I traveled out west like my dad did. He hitchhiked, I drove, but anyway, that was a long time ago with him. And I went to Yellowstone National Park, seen Old Faithful, you know, seen bears and, you know, whatever, mooses and stuff like that. Beautiful country. Just unreal, you know.
Maybe out there.
Oh, it's just, you just wouldn't believe how beautiful it is. And I love nature. I do, always did as a kid. I used to walk in the woods by myself. But anyway, make a long story short, we got out of Yellowstone Park. We went the opposite way where I came in at. And I says, oh, shit, I'm running out of gas. So we're hoping that we find a gas station, and sure enough, there's a small little gas station, little mom and pop's gas station. It says, this is your last chance. No gas station for 50 miles. I said, oh shit. So I pulled it. He fills it up, you know, self-serve. He's doing himself, you know, I mean, not self-serve, you know. And we're talking back and forth. I said, yeah, I came from Yellowstone Park. You know, he says, okay. And he's talking away. And as he's talking, he's wiping my windows, you know, cleaning them off. As he's doing it, I had nothing but grease in that sucker rag. I couldn't see shit. I had to stop a mile and I had to get that grease off of it as much as I could. I mean, he greased that son of a. He didn't know it. He's just talking away, wiping the windows off, you know. Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't do that to somebody. My God. Yeah, I'll never forget that as long as I live.
You really think I denied the tricks of the trade? It was still the corporate world after all. I mean, come on.
That's where that old man learned that from you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a mess. Yeah, that brought back a memory when you said that, Wapin. But yeah, I was a smart ass with my dad one time, and I said, hey, you know, I says, I'm not going to do what he said. He said, then get the fuck out. He says, you're going to learn what life is. Shit, I slept in the car for 3 weeks. I come back and said, I'm sorry. I learned my lesson then. Oh, yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, anything you want, Dad, you got. Yeah, he taught me a good lesson. He did.
It was kind of the opposite narrative for me at 19. And this is a long story, too. I mean, it was my biological. I was stepdad raised since I was 5. And we butted heads a lot. And at the end of it, I was just had enough. His last words to me was, you're not going to make it more than a month out there, son. Well, here I am, 46.
Wow, you made the story.
That was almost the last thing we ever said to each other, too, to this day.
Wow. Wow.
And I didn't know what the hell I was doing either. I picked up my cousin offered me a chance to move out to the West Vancouver from Winnipeg when I was 19. I said to him, and he's a disabled individual. He's got cerebral palsy. And he came to visit during Christmas time with the rest of the family. I was 19, and he saw what was going on at home, that we were kind of a little bit in upheavals, you know, and really what it was is I was so fed up with this nest and just wanted to get the hell out, but nobody would teach me where to make money and properly and stuff, you know, and I was caught in the corporate trap like everybody else, except this is before the internet was there and anything like that, you know. It's just totally different times here. I didn't even learn that you could look for a job in the newspaper until I was like 22. Nobody told me this basic information that everybody should have known, you know.
Mhm.
So my cousin saw that, he said, well, if you want, you know, you can come out and live with me out in Vancouver, and you know, I can even give you a job, because he had personal care attendants working for him. That kind of felt weird, because I'm like, I'm just doing that because you're family. I'll help you anyways, you know. But I understood why it was a job after, and so I got my feet wet in the care aid worker industry because of that. But I said, okay, give me 2 weeks to think about it when he was out. Not even 2 days later, I called him up and I said, let's get a plane ticket. You know, so I had a ticket ready to go, and in 3 weeks, I was out of there. I had no plan, you know. It was just the door was open. Of course, the opportunity to never have to deal with minus 35 below Celsius anymore was enough to sell me. Because on the west here, it doesn't get cold like that. We hardly even get any snow, if any at all. So, you know, I was tired of that shit and wanted any chance I could get to get out of that, I would take it. But on top of that, it was, you know, an opportunity to get out of the nest. And but I had no plans. I didn't know what I was going to do or where I was going to go or anything like that. It was just 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go. And that's it. Bob's your uncle the rest of the way. Just learn as you go.
Well, I'm talking to my wife here for a minute. She just got it. Don't hit me with the fan. I know you, not yet. You're going to. You know, they heard that. You know, I got backup. If it wasn't because of seriously, my dad and my grandparents. I mean, they taught me a lot as a younger, and I remembered it as I got older. You know what I mean? And it really helped me to survive more. Other than the military helped me out too quite a bit. Believe me, you know, when I put everything together. But they didn't tell me about the corporate bullshit. You know, they didn't know themselves. They believed in it. You know what I mean? But you know, you don't spend above your means. You don't go nuts. If you want something, you just keep saving it until you can buy it. You know?
Yeah.
And that saved my ass quite a few times. I'll tell you. And always have a charge card in case for emergencies, you know, which I do. I only have one. I don't have a bunch of them. And we used to suffer quite a bit when we first got married. I mean, we didn't have nothing but macaroni, and that ran out, and we had to give it to the kids. We didn't eat it, you know what I mean? Until I get my foot settled. That was 1980 when you couldn't buy a freaking job, you know. But it was hard. It was hard times. But thank God for my grandparents and my dad that helped me out. They did. They really did. And I survived. And like my dad told me, if you're not going to be going to college to learn to be a crooked lawyer or politician, he says, learn a trade. You know, don't be a factory worker. And I was working in a factory for 9 years, and that's what I told you when I cold-cocked that guy and left, you know, with the car door twice. And I went to college and learned heating and cooling, which was another step my dad told me, and he was right. You know, so... And it pays off because I can do things around a house as long as I don't have to kneel down to do it. You know, fix wiring and everything else, you know, my furnaces and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
But
for sure.
That's another deal, too. America's, it's just losing trade. We have no tradesmen hardly at all. Anything. You know, it's pathetic what's going on here.
Well, again, the opportunity, though, is... It will always remain to be there, you know. So it's up to an individual if they want to pursue that or not. And if they don't, well, you reap what you sow in life, you know.
Well, Goozer was right, everybody. If you can get off the grid slowly, I don't care what you're just planting a tomato on a bucket. Do something and just get out of the grid. I mean,
fungus not included.
Yep. Yeah, I still can't believe that happened to me. What a tomato plant. Gave me before it died. The one leaf it gave me the finger before it died. Um, Believe me, I can plant, but it's not in a bucket though. But seriously, get off the grid. Honestly, get away from government. I don't care if you can screw the government over with taxes, do it without getting caught. Do it. You know, whatever you could do, get away from the government. They ain't worth a shit, and they're gonna screw you one way or another, just like they're trying to do me here. You know,
Just
they're
look,
doing
and the more you learn how to function without currency dependency, the more you don't have any superficial legal obligation there either.
exactly.
I mean, you can't tax what you didn't make, type of thing, right?
hmm
So
And if you do side jobs underneath the table, take cash, walk away, smile.
that's it, man to man, and that's why they try so hard to make dependency on systems where people forget or don't know how to function man to man, and that's why I was saying before, right back to the root of it. You see, any form of interjectory middle thing that interferes with man-to-man cooperation, right there is the root. Because now, once you become dependent on that, especially if there's somebody who has a rulership or a controllership aspect on that, you've now fallen victim to a parasitical nonsense that wasn't required from the get-go. Man-to-man is sheer cooperation. I can lift you up, you can lift me up. We don't need to pay each other. We don't need to, have some kind of other thing in there. That's nonsense.
Oh, that reminds me too. In case people haven't noticed, the fact it happened in Georgia, I talked to 12B, 12 Bravo. To fly domestically, state to state, you got to get yourself a real, that's what's the name of it, Real ID, REAL ID. Check it out in your Google. It's going to happen on May 3rd, 2023. Without it, you can't fly anywhere domestically. But what I understand is Georgia just did it. So they had to get a real ID for driving and all that stuff. This is control, people.
There's also plans to reintroduce under the radar a vaccine passport again. I've just seen evidence of that. That's continuing to be put and implemented in place, which tells me that there's probably going to be a round 2 for another pandemic show of some sort. And more than likely, the one that we just had was probably a dress rehearsal for the real thing. So buckle your seatbelts, folks.
That's been implemented over here, actually. It's
Yeah,
like,
you already got the vaccine passport there?
yeah.
No, it's
I was only there recently. I was going to the movie theater, and they were asking for credit. I'm sure you guys had it over there, like the same. Like they were asking for credit cards, and they did to to pay extra for masks and this, that, and But anyway, in the airports, most certainly that they've asked about the masks, and the they're constantly driving home about these passports with the what do you call it, the Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, yeah. Kool-Aid, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those type of passports.
Yeah. So the retrace that happened is a typical tactic that happens when there's enough resistance, where they pull back a little bit, just enough to get people to get to feel a sense of relief and further pacified and exhausted from the saga. And then they implement the next phase of it, which is strong. And at some point, this is how you get your victim to submit to your will. You exhaust them, right? So
yeah,
the next round is coming. and it always was. It's not a surprise to anybody who saw this. But you know, that being said, again, it's all about self-sufficiency. I've done expeditions around the world without a passport twice now, and I'll be going on a third. You know, so if that's possible for me, then the question is how. And the answer to that is stop going through their bullshit fucking border things. Find other ways around it. You know, I've gone around the borders by boat, on foot, and plane. You know, there's always opportunities to work around the corporate system.
Oh, hold on here. Kool-Aid is what happened. How can we say this without saying it? Kool-Aid is what happened with the.
Cooties 19, okay? Cooties 19, that covers it right there. Cooties 19.
Yeah, cooties. Where you had to wear your mask. We call that Kool-Aid.
I like cooties better. It's more fitting. A better shoe.
Yeah.
Cooties 19.
Is it a drink? Isn't it?
I have a quote meme about that. Cooties. Cooties is an imaginary thing, but what was it again? I can't remember. I have to find it. Something about it gives everybody the mad case of the EVPs or whatever. This whole Cooties saga reminds me of that. When you're a kid, you remember the Cooties game?
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
I don't want to touch him. He's got cooties, but it's all an imaginary thing.
I remember girls had cooties for a while.
Right.
I found that was lie too. I like Graham. Liars, flu. Thank you, Graham. He's a good backup guy.
Come up one of these days, Graham. It's been a while, man. I've been chatting to you.
Does he talk?
Yes, he does. Very well spoken.
No way.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah.
Our Graham? No, I never heard of him. I don't think.
He's from the across the pond as well.
Oh, is he really?
He's from the UK, yeah.
That's right.
Does drink the Kool-Aid mean bow your head and admit you're wrong or something like that?
That's the well, we can say this word without concern. Vaccines.
I think he knows what that is now.
Inoculations.
We're not allowed to say the real word. Let's put it that way. So we got to say
Screw
Kool-Aid.
tube censorship.
Yeah, screw tube. I like your dialogue. It's got meaning to it.
It's really screw me too, but you know.
Yeah, it's unreal. Well, everybody, do you want to talk on here? I got to eat something. My wife just told me, and it's my time, or you know what's going to happen to me.
Yeah, go have a snack. I'll come back.
All right, I'll come back. You guys go ahead and talk, and then I'll be back.
Sure.
And before I do anything, Graham, did you want to come up before I leave for a minute? Because I got to cook my own dinner.
What are you cooking?
You ready for this?
I'm ready. Bring it on.
Rutabaga.
Ooh.
Yep, I'll know with my rutabaga. Takes the place of potatoes. You know what I mean? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it. I found it amusing that the word first vaccination was given in England to a man called William Shakespeare. I didn't know that. Really?
Well, I'll tell you what, too. If before you go, I'm just rummaging through my huge stockpile of quotes of the day to find that cooties one. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
And why don't we?
Graham's cooking too.
What was cholera, wasn't it?
No, what I can do, well,
Shakespeare's
if
era.
I'm listening to give. Oh, wait a minute now. Am I going to give myself another warning again on this?
Yeah. No.
No.
It's a static picture.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a quote. What did they?
I got another one of those alert things. Well, doggone, what's going on here?
This is the quote that I was trying to remember.
I don't think that's illegal to put up there. I don't think.
No, it's fine.
You don't know what these mother freakers, they just do what they want to do.
Yeah. No, it's just words for reading, so that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm listening to you guys in the background. That's what I got to do. I'll tell you what, if you need me, I'm going to leave my phone running so I can hear you guys. If something goes on, somebody wants to come on up, just say, hey, your rights, get your ass over here, and I'll be over here.
Okay.
Yes,
So you can hear us talking about you?
I will in just a I'm going to put it on mute. All right, I won't hear you. Hold on, let me get this thing connected, and I'll. This way, somebody does come up. What'd you say? Honestly, that was his name. They interviewed him on. Oh, it's somebody lately, of course. Britain with the first developer. I didn't know that either. Makes sense though. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I thought that was cholera. No.
Bubonic plague,
Yeah, somehow.
or was it?
I was of that era anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to. No, it was. Get it. What was the name of that thing? Help me out, guys. Pasture. Come on, help me out here.
I thought it was.
The guy made a vaccine for
Fauci.
The Black Plague, wasn't it?
Oh
I
no!
remember that.
I remember that.
That was his name. They interviewed him. Of course, Britain were the first to develop.
Wow! Oh, jeez! You're kidding me.
His name was William Shakespeare. He died not too after. Ah, yeah.
Wow.
He was only 94.
He was only 94. Jeez, oh man, I wish I could live that long. All right, let me get this thing connected. And you guys get any problems, just say, hey, hold on, I got to get connected here.
Okay. If we have problems, we see, hey, got it.
Yeah, I'll be able to hear. I'm gonna leave it on.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, I got to turn. All right, let's see. I got to make sure the volume is down here. I got to put on mute here. Everybody, I'll catch you in the short. You guys enjoy yourselves.
All right. You shortly.
I'm listening now. I heard that.
Is he gone?
No.
Yeah, so okay, I gotta stop the screen share thing. Would have been better actually if you had left the quotes up. I could have shown the recent one there, Mr. Wrights, since you can still hear us talking about you. Today's was a spin-off of that George.
Which one are you talking about here?
Today's quote of the day. I don't know if you read it or not. It's a spin-off of George Carlin's.
No, I didn't get. You want me to put it up or before I leave?
Sure, why not? And I can let me put it back then.
Got any money? Oh, you got it. Go on, we'll put it up then.
No, I can't. You have to. I just have to.
Yeah, you would have to. Frets. Go on here.
This isn't it, but just so you don't have to wait.
You said this is George
Not this one, but I just put it. Okay, this one is. There we go.
Is this the one I have already? No, I think the one I was thinking of. Okay, hold on there.
It's all the way at the beginning. I got a thumb to it. I modified the George Carlin saying. It's a spin-off of it. Today's quote of the day that you got in an email that you'll probably check next month or something.
No, I just looked at it and you're right.
You saw it?
I don't get notice on this. I get everything else, but not my Gmail.
Really?
Yeah. No, I don't hear I don't even get a 1 on there. Nothing. I don't know why. But I give everything else a notice. No, that ain't the one I was looking at. No, okay.
It's so far. Hold on a second. I gotta look in my folder. Find where it is.
Says if you get lucky once, you won't get it twice. The quote of the new day. Yeah.
Okay. All the way over there. Wow. So far. Well, you can read it if you want. I'll have the visual of it once I get all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, go on. I'll just wait till you get done here and when you get done, I'll put everything back to normal. Then I'm going to go start. Maybe I should have did it for you. I didn't realize you had all this. Wow, you do have a lot.
Over 600 now.
Wow. Does Graham help you out with this? That's what I just see. Right there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. If you vote in democracy, you can't bitch. If you wanted a ruler, a master, you got one. That's true. Very true.
That's today's. A couple good ones along those lines.
Or does that mean I can bitch because I didn't vote?
Yes.
Good. Good.
But you have to understand voting is a holistic thing, right? Avocation and participation. You have to totally secede yourself, and when you do that, actually, you won't feel like you have anything to bitch about anymore. You'll be like, wait a second, life is awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing eventually. I'm trying my best anyway. Summertime is going to be my time, hopefully. Because whatever you chose, choose to believe. That makes a lot of sense.
I have a couple memes that I think you might be interested in as well. I'll fire you over to your email. I can't switch the folder like this while it's up, but let me just go
I've been
in there
using a lot of your stuff on this StreamYard. I don't know if you noticed or not, but
a couple times I noticed. Yeah, that's good. By all means, please do. To my memes, there's a couple really good memes that I found lately.
Excuse me.
Where is my? There it is. Time for me to refresh my computer. It's taking a while. Okay, another George Carlin one. Don't teach your children to read, to just read. Teach them to question what they read. Teach them to question everything.
That's one thing I can say. I did that in school. They didn't like me, but I did it anyway.
All tyrannies rule through fraud and force, but once the fraud is exposed, they must rely exclusively on force.
Bingo. That's what they're doing right now. Yep. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt.
Give them bread and what?
Circuses. Dog and pony shows.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Dis-
circus. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Distractions, in other words. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Yeah, it is a distraction on TV. It's all a dog and pony show, you know?
What if I told you that every media trend is a psychological operation?
Everything?
Everything.
Wow. Real, I never thought about it that way. I get wow. Everything they do is a psychological. Do they put
Without one shred of exception. Go ahead.
do they put subliminal messages in certain things?
In everything.
Do they really?
Yes. Not by accident. Far from it.
Wow. So it
And,
does
and
work.
actually, that's another one of Graham's fortes. He spent a lot of time focusing on that. I have as well, enough to see it. You know, it's like when you in the movie in the Matrix, when you see it enough, it doesn't. All you see is the code at some point. You see all of the subliminal stuff for what it is, you know. And he's even more further versed in that. Really, really deep. He can talk to me from that point, and I can understand what he's saying. He can talk to me in that language, that subliminal code, but not many people. It'll just fly right over their head, you know.
That'd be me then. I'm not made for that yet. Glad I can even write and read right now. Shit.
There's a lot to it. There's a lot to this subliminal. It's another language. It really is, you know. That look. A lot of it isn't even in a language form. It's just in symbols and stuff.
That's dirty. That is dirty.
Mm-hmm. And
Dirty
of course, integrated through the frequency hypnosis patterns that they do. So it goes totally under the radar of the viewer, and unless they can see it, right?
Like I said, it makes you want. Go on.
It's a lot in your when you in pretty much all corporate products. You can see it in the logos and the emblems, and you'd be appalled to see how it actually all ties into a satanic ideology.
Bingo. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yes. Yes, you're absolutely. I've seen some of it already. Yes. Yes. Very good. Just like they're doing right now, all this satanic stuff. The bull with dang it, what do they call it? Oh my God. I hate this memory. Forget about it. Doggone it. They got a bull statue outside, which is satanical. They got a statue over in the UN, NATO, I should say. They got something. Oh man! And then they got this Satanism over in Illinois schools, after schools. Yeah, you're right. He's absolutely right. The number 33, the Shia, I think they call it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and the entire corporate structure is a satanic structure. And not because it has anything to do with the religious belief in a devil, in the sense of, you know, somebody who is evil and blah blah blah. That part is actually just their indoctrination that they don't even see. But from the sense of just a sheer logical way of functioning in nature. The entire structure of the corporate world, once again, is a dysfunctional, abusive structure that is not in line with nature. Therefore, it's evil in that sense because it promotes destruction, abuse, and premature death. Premature meaning before our natural time, in the sense of we are not born here just to experience a destructive existence. We are born here to have something actually transpire. We have a default thing. We know this. We can see this just in our current lives. You were born a little baby, and then there's this process that happens like every flower, right? So the corporate way of life is actually an intervention to all of the natural developments that were supposed to happen by default. That's evil. It's live backwards is evil. It's the path towards death and destruction.
Well,
that's the corporate function.
As far as I'm concerned, the United States is starting to turn into Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I mean? The way things are working. I got to eat something, but I'll be back, okay?
All right. We'll see you shortly.
Okay. Gannon, sick 'em. Sick 'em.
$30 a minute. Get going.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I can't do that. I got to get on here for a minute. Hold on. Shucks. I was talking. Doggone it. Hold on. So in case something happens, I can at least get down here.
What were you trying to do?
Well, I was just ready to go up on StreamYard with my phone, and then you wanted to get that logo, that meme, and I was going to get it for you, and you got it for. I didn't. Oh, never mind. It's no big deal. I got it. All right, I got to turn this thing down so you don't get a feedback.
Yeah, me and Eddie, it's all right. We got this. We're just gonna, plug our corporate ventures that you don't know about while you're gone and stuff. We're gonna make millions, and
I heard that.
$1 million.
Right. I mean, if you're gonna be in the corporate game, you might as well shill at your finest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Look, there's 2 bills up there. That's $60 a minute.
Holy shimolies.
You took one down real quick. Oh, that's classic. He took them both down. He took himself right out of the equation to save himself money. Good move, Missy. You're learning the ways of the corporate game, Mr. Vetz. I wonder if he can still hear. If he.
I heard that.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's great. Bobby in the chat says, yes, honestly. Oh, he's having a chat with Grammar there.
I always ask questions, especially if you work as a presenter on Jeopardy.
I missed a few chats scrolling up there. Right, last I read was Liar's Flu from Graham. So Bobby says, does drink the Kool-Aid... Okay, that was addressed. I found it amusing that the world's first CVAX was given in England to a man called... Okay, I remember that. I'm cooking dinner also, Graham says. I'm listening to you guys in the background. Bobby says, yes, honestly, that was his name. They interviewed him. Of course, Britain were the first to develop a vax. Graham says, I remember that Bobby. Yes, his name was William Shakespeare. He died not too after the vax. Did he, poor fellow? Always ask questions, especially if you work as the presenter on Jeopardy. That was a good one. That was a good one.
I genuinely thought that era was full of cholera or the Black Plague.
Which era was that? The 90s?
I believe. Well, he's talking about William Shakespeare, so it would be 1700s.
Oh, right. Yeah. That would have been interesting times. See?
Yeah.
It's hard to fathom that. I mean, I see, you can even go on YouTube and you can see videos that people took that have actually been enhanced too with color and everything. Down to the early 1900s and maybe even very late 1800s.
That's right. It was a recent documentary by what was it, Peter Jackson. He brought out a kind of a filmette of like the actual photographs. Like he just basically made it from photographs that he found from World War II.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Fascinating.
Can you imagine living in a world where the radio hadn't even been invented yet? Never mind the TV and the internet and all that, but even just a radio, that was like the first, in terms of frequency broadcasting. That was only 150 years ago.
Yeah.
not that far away. And
Yeah,
it's hard to,
It wouldn't be far off, all right.
right? It's kind of hard to fathom, in a way. But then again, for me, I think it's easier to fathom than it would be for most people who live in the corporate world.
Yeah.
Because of where I've been and whatnot, you know, I see the way that people can function with all this stuff. Not that it's bad to have it. I think it's great to have it. To transmit information and education, to help growth and stuff like that. I think it's wonderful to use tools for those reasons. It's just the other side of the equation has so blatantly been ignored and denied, which is the indoctrinative scam, you know?
Yeah.
The culture scam. That's really what it is. Culture is a scam.
That's it. I mean, like you go down through life. I mean, you, like thinking, oh, like because like, but a lot of people don't realize there is a darker side as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, tunnel vision, you know. If anything, that's a real pandemic.
Yeah.
People just staying in a box and settling for a diluted ideology for the sake of being right instead of focusing on truth for what it is, you know.
Yeah.
But so be it. That's it. You reap what you sow, and those people are stuck in their own ignorance. And but the ignorance again will never excuse the consequence. They'll continue to play that cycle out until if and when they wake up from it, by design.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm just grateful that I'm not caught up in that. You know, thank God, because that's a tangent of an abyss that who knows how long it could take. Maybe lifetimes, perhaps. You know.
Yeah.
So you're. I'm just kind of guessing here, based on your accent, in the Ireland neck of the wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you're saying that's where it's pretty. I visited there a couple times actually. It didn't. I don't know. It seemed like people there were a little more relaxed, but maybe I don't know. It was kind of expensive, so maybe there's still.
Yeah, it's a little bit too laid back. It can be, yeah.
Yeah, there's still, you know, I find pretty much anywhere in Europe, there's at least more compared to the American travels that I've done. There's at least more intelligence and wisdom from experience. You know, these newer nations are sort of more young, immature.
Yeah.
Offsprings that didn't take wisdom with them. They just took like the stupidity with them and no logic to go along with it. And so now they're running amongst more type thing. I mean, it's all controlled from the same author, anyways.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little more difficult to perpetuate the agenda on the European nations because there's more traditional ties and roots that are still there that are more healthy, you know.
Yeah.
But dear, I love you. Honestly, I do. Ow! Ow!
Boom.
Is he dead? Did she get him?
He's dead. I think he had. I think he was playing guitar while having a football helmet on.
I heard that.
You could hear her say American while she was hitting. How dare you put the flag upside down? Yeah, but it was a kind of nice country. Actually, Ireland. Where was I over there? I visited Dublin.
Yeah, which is very long.
And a couple more smaller towns around there. I was visiting a lady friend of mine at the time, and she's from Lithuania, but her sister moved to Ireland with her husband. They got a big family over there, so we went to visit. So some smaller towns around there. I got to see stuff that you don't really see much over here, just more like smaller one-owner shops, like, a butcher and just a one-owner clothes store shop. And the quality is so much better, way better. Because there needs to be integrity, otherwise they're going out of business. That's the problem with the corporate model too, right? Is personification gets the person who would be responsible for things, and makes them invisible.
Yeah.
Right? So they can get away with bullshit, and they do. Like who? If you want to hold somebody accountable at Walmart, who are you gonna hold accountable? From like a person in not a management position, but somebody who's of real authoritative position in the corporation. Who are they? Where are they? How many are they? You'll never know.
That's it. Yeah, I've visited your country as well. Like I was actually living there for about a year in the nation's capital of Ottawa. So
right.
Yeah, I know it's can be very corporate over there, especially Eastern Canada.
Yeah. Actually, that's where I haven't visited yet. I visited all the way up to Thunder Bay, Ontario, which I was born in the middle, and grew up in the middle. That's Manitoba, and I visited just a little bit into the east of Ontario, but all over on the western half. But everywhere I go, it's especially now. Like when I was young, it was multicultural as hell, in a good way. But when I came up here, it was isolated, multicultural, segregated into sections, almost like District 5 over there, you got Indians. District 7 over there, you got blacks. And don't go into each other's turf, otherwise you're going to get your ass handed to you, type thing,
That's it, yeah.
And it's still like that over here.
I'd say it's considerably worse off at this stage, isn't it? Like, I mean, I was there like about 12 years ago, but I'm sure it's gotten considerably worse, has it?
Yeah, by design. And it'll continue. There's a lot of money to be made off of violence and aggression.
Yeah.
And again, that's all distraction, right? So when you're living in a corporate world where your motivation is profit and money, then you do whatever it takes. Moral compass goes out the window for the sake of that, for the sake of survival, if anything, right?
That's it, yeah.
So, and what I see from my travels is just like that same narrative playing out all over the place. The only thing that's variable is the degree based on the just evolutionary process of that way of functioning. So, it's a little less harsh in some areas than others because of that, the evolving process of it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still hellholes and dysfunction, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot of I mean, there's a lot of things that I learned, especially from over there. You know, it's and you would learn a lot. Like I mean, like based upon the culture, and it's I mean, it just shows you that there's no matter where you go, like you're still getting the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And even, you know, I tried the other side too. You know, I tried, okay, well, how do I cooperate with the elitist minded individual? You know, I got invited into the club several times as a musician. I took one look at the contract. I knew where that was going. I said, no way. No, thank you. I'm not performing rituals like that and shit, you know. So, but ultimately, it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on in corruption. It's still corruption.
Yeah.
So, the grass is greener is an illusion on the other side, you know. But that's part of the thing too, right? Is the two sides of the coin are distracted by the other side of the coin, and they're missing the third part of the narrative, which is outside of the plantation, and they continue to perpetuate themselves in a slave way of functioning without their awareness, because they're blinded by where their focus is. So the elitists, they think, oh, okay, well, I got the good life. I can do as much cocaine as I want because I'm piggybacking off the ignorance of these individuals who keep throwing tax money at me and whatnot. But at the same time, they're getting the consequence of that neglect and irresponsibility to themselves, see? And also, again, because the game is rigged for the things that they're dependent on it to inevitably be wiped out. They're not immune to that either. You know, so what are they going to, if anything, they're the most dependent, because what happens when the corporate slave can no longer afford to pay for the scam materials that the corporate elite is setting out there to be bought and paid for anymore? Well, all of a sudden now there's no more money supply coming in to afford the cocaine habit. What are they going to do when they don't know how to do their own dirty laundry? You know.
Yeah.
So it's just a delusional pony show from either side of the equation. But of course, the corporate slave looks at the elitists and goes, fuck, they got everything. They got the nice fancy cars, they got the houses, they got all these millions coming in and blah, blah, blah. Not realizing that that's not what you want. You think you want that because you're living in scarcity poverty, the illusion of poverty, and you don't realize that that's still poverty as well. Doesn't matter how many millions you have in a superficial bank account. That's not wealth. It's not a measurement of wealth. It's a measurement of insecurity and dependency. The only way to solve that is to get right out of it. Do what it takes to learn how to get right out of it without making excuses for that, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. I had to do that. And I enjoyed the process. I'm still doing it. I'm still learning more things about it. I don't think that'll ever stop. And that's part of the I wouldn't want it to, you know, that's part of the enjoyment of the journey and the ride, you know. It's
like constantly learning about music.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter like what you're into, what genre or whatever. Like you're always learning, and there's always something there that I can say, yeah, oh, that's very interesting. Like I'll put that into practice, you know.
For sure. That's the thing. It's an art, right? Life is an art that unfolds itself. And at first it's a palette that's blank. And it's all these colors and things to work and make magic with.
Yeah.
You know, and then so the corporate world puts a box around that and says, nah, you're limited. You got to work in that. Well, you can work in that. and stay constricted. But just like a flower who needs water from the sources, if it doesn't get it at some point, it's going to go droopy and shit, you know?
Yeah.
So the intelligent person goes, fuck these constrictions. I'm going outside of that. And I'm working in the real world, in the real arena where all the colors are without restrictions, you know? That's really what it's all about. But yeah, music is a great example of that, right?
Yeah.
Frequency, there's actually only one frequency. But the frequency itself can have unlimited divisions, infinite divisions. And when we understand that, it becomes a playground of epic proportions to have fun with, you know?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's important not to forget that it's still just one frequency, you know?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're caught up in a fiction.
Yeah, we can't be caught up in one note. When in
Right.
actual fact, it's dozens and millions of.
Right. And that's the corporate world. The corporate world wants you to believe anything that's outside of reality is a religion. It wants you to believe that there's only one note, and it's because of us that you get that one note. And to get access to that one note, you have to go through us.
Yeah.
That's the corporate world, right? And people believe it. They buy into it and they advocate for it and sacrifice all the rest of, you know, the spectrum for that, just for the sake of hanging on to what they're dependent on, and they're insecure about the idea of moving out of that, right?
Yeah.
And I understand the insecurity part when you're so not used to that, and you know, it's like when you've never touched water before, you want to be careful and stuff like that. But to deny that there is even such a thing, never mind to look out and experience some access to that, it's just absolutely hogwash. That part I don't really get. I understand the fear when you haven't experienced it again, but the outright denial of the existence of it is accepting a lie. I don't understand that, you know. But people do. Hey, Dennison, what's up? Dennison in the chat. Good day to you, Mr. D, Big D.
DX himself.
If you're wanting to come up, Dennison, Wrights is making some dinner, or probably eating by now. Probably his fourth or fifth portion. Oh, there we go. It worked.
Still cooking. Yeah. Does he need to come up?
I'm not sure.
Huh?
I'm not sure. He just got here and put a message in the chat. So if he was wanting to, I was going to tell him that he'd be
$5?
back soon.
Okay.
$5, right?
Yeah, if he wants to come out, tell me, and I'll go in the bedroom and get it then for him.
That's what she said. What were you telling UK before there, Mr. Brown? Skip the bedroom straight to the kitchen. I say skip the kitchen straight to the bedroom.
There you go. Now you can do it. No, I already got hit by a pan. That's all right. I know how you are.
Well, that's because you wanted a snack on the way to the bedroom. You see how that works?
I had a lot of sport with you guys. Hit him. I heard.
Saved you right for playing back in black.
Say hi. Say hi, Mrs. White.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs.
I'm going to hit him over the head with a turkey.
If you do, take a picture for us, will you?
I will.
I didn't win.
Uh-huh.
I see how this is going. Just for that, I'm cutting you off for years. Oh, I didn't tell you. UK, his wife's pregnant.
Yay.
Yeah.
Again? I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that till you just said that now. Again? That's what now, is 6?
Yeah, 6'1". Yeah, 6'1".
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's breaking the record, you know. Believe it or not,
What you gonna have it?
he didn't say 9 months.
I know that, David.
I know these things.
Probably just pregnant.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened, but
He's giving justification for state restrictions on procreation.
is it? You might have to with the other one delivers, yeah.
I bet you they're excited.
Oh, yeah, he's excited, yeah. He's hitting his head with a mallet.
In other words, he was trying to reduce his alcohol consumption, but he wasn't doing so well, and he's kicking himself in the foot again.
It only happened to her buddy, yeah. See what you women do to us? Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I'm going to be in the heat patrol tonight.
Do you want me to put some of the stuff away?
No, not yet. All right, I'm going to let you guys talk. Go on, I'll leave you alone. Sorry. If he comes up, don't tell me. I'm listening.
Okay, yep. I'm a little bit hungry myself. Actually, Eddie, give me a couple minutes here. I just got to arrange for my own snack. I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
Hold the fort down.
Oh, good. He's gone now. Now we can talk. Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, I. Yeah.
I'll pretend and see what they say.
Yeah. Dang, Gannon, you should have told me. I didn't know he's listening. Wow. Yeah, Gannon, he's from Ireland. Yeah, he's from Ireland.
That is it's a pretty country.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. My wife says it looks like a pretty country over there.
Yeah, so's the States.
Yeah, there you go.
We all have our places that we like and nice areas and
you get them. You get the good and the bad, and everywhere.
yep. And some places aren't so nice.
Oh, I'd love to see that. See my heritage.
I got that with DoorDash.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna do it now?
Well, I'm almost.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm gonna put you on hold for a minute.
So, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, ladies and gents. How you doing out there? Yes, sir. We got a whole lot of people up here talking.
You don't want to touch this thing.
I'm not gonna touch that thing. No, I know. I'm not gonna do it.
You gotta learn.
Yeah, you think who would be a better host to just stay there, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of an outfit is this? I wouldn't pay to see this.
It's okay. I got the music cue, so it's all right.
You know what? We'll complain when he comes back. We'll teach him. Have you heard from DJ at all?
She hasn't been well lately.
She what?
As you know, she's been sick.
Yeah, I know she has. Okay. All right, I'll just drop it as there then. Okay. I wish she'd get, okay. I wish she'd get better.
Yeah.
She'd
be back. She'd be back to her brilliant best anyway. So.
I hope so.
All right, I'm out of here.
Okay.
Watch my.
You just sit back and
Keep,
relax.
keep that frying pan just in case.
What's that?
Keep that frying pan just in case.
Don't you listen to him. He's a
I will
troublemaker.
listen to him.
He's a homewrecker. I'm telling you. I seen him on divorce court.
I'll kick you outside and it's freezing cold out there.
See? Thanks, Cannon. Mike's gonna kick me outside.
It's freezing out there too.
I know it's freezing. Don't listen to him. He's a troublemaker. Listen to him. I'm telling you.
I got a snow jacket for you, so you're all right.
Hey, he's a lawyer for divorce court. I seen him. Yeah, he's making money. I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. I'm just fixing my food up here, and I couldn't see you be abandoned by yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I know how it feels. It's hard to talk. I'd rather just do a video, but
Hey, I got about 8 hours of music, so I would have kept the troops entertained.
hey, you know what you can do? Play a song for us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you could do. Look, I'm right. What do you think about that? All right, everybody. We're going to listen again. Sing a little bit here. Please leave your money in the bucket there for them. It's one instrument I wish I could play.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I think you can. You can.
Oh, that sounds good to me. How much that gonna cost me?
Name the leg.
Yeah, and a divorce. Yeah, I'm getting the idea now. I'll be nice to you.
On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all my life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rain. The first thing I met was a fly with a bug and a sky with no cloud. The heat was hot and the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. 'Cause I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one to give you no pain. La 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 la. After 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed. The story it told of a river that flowed made me sad to think it was dead. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la. After 9 days, I let a horse run free, 'cause the desert had turned to the sea. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There were sand and hills and rings. The ocean is a desert with its life on the ground, and a perfect skies above. Under the city lies a heart made of ground, but the humans will give it no love. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Very good, Eddie. I'll be right back. I'm going to shut this off and go up to the other one.
All right.